All right, we're live. I think we're live. We're live.
To answer your question, Ice, I think I found something that I'm allergic to.
What are you allergic to?
Potentially soursop.
What?
Sour what?
Soursop. It is a fruit.
I have never heard of soursop before.
Now you're just making shit up, Ace. I thought that was my job. I had 3 tons of Goss ammo, by the way, not 2.
Okay, whatever. Anyway, so what was this about GW suing a guy?
So, Games Workshop was just doing another one of its tizzy fits and just started suing a guy who I assume sells and 3D prints a Warhammer miniature.
Okay.
As in the Warhammer, the mech from Battletech.
But since it had the name Warhammer, GW tried suing him over it?
Yes.
You gotta be kidding me.
He lawyered up and they dropped him.
I'm glad that guy lawyered up. Fuck GW. How is GW's legal team so fucking retarded it makes Nintendo look competent?
Just out of curiosity,
Well, yeah.
it would have been really funny if the people who made BattleMech countersued GW for trying to sue that guy for using their name.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be
And
funny.
I really wish that had happened so we could have the circle of retards.
But then at the same time, it's just like, I'm pretty sure anything to do with Battletech wants to stay as far away from a courtroom as possible.
How's that?
It gets a little sketchy.
Because, okay, so there's Battletech and then there is Robotech, and both of them had models that they 3D licensed out from a 3D party and whatnot. However, Robotech sued Battletech over it and won.
Which is where you get the unseen mechs from.
Now, that is very paraphrased and simplified, like oversimplified, it's a little bit incorrect.
Okay.
Basically, the creators of Robotech weren't the ones that sued Battletech. It gets even weirder because it was a company that had the rights to air Robotech in America that sued Battletech.
Huh.
I know, and this is because literally what ended up happening is that Battletech tried making a Timberwolf or Mad Cat, whatever you want to call it, toy, like figure. And the deal fell through, but the company they were contracting to make this toy decided to make the the Mad Cat Timberwolf toy, which is a mech basically, anyway, but under a different name and say it's their own thing, and they went to go sue the toy company.
Right.
And that's when all of a sudden that toy company, which was owned by another company I can't remember the name of, that was, airing Robotech in America, countersued them saying, no, you stole our intellectual property, even though both Battletech and Robotech was actually using the same mechs from a third party.
It gets weird, is the whole moral of the story.
Yeah.
I say third party. Battletech did license it, and it was a frivolous lawsuit. But somehow, some way, the judge was like, "Well, they're the bigger company. They make the more money. Therefore, they have the intellectual property." I'm like, they don't even own the rights to Robotech. They just have the rights to air it. What the fuck? Ugh. But obviously, at least sided with the bigger conglomerate.
Yeah. In a more perfect world, the third party who they both licensed from would have just came in and beat them both to death.
The problem is that they're over in Japan or whatever, basically in American and Japanese. They didn't want to deal with that. But yeah, in a perfect world, that's what would have happened. Not the dumbest thing, though, I've heard today as far as, like, judges, courtrooms, and laws go, basically. I was watching a video recently of, there's a man who basically got arrested by police and whatnot. A judge okayed a man's warrant for his arrest for breaking down a woman's door and, whatchamacallit, basically attempting to murder her via strangulation. Just one problem. The man that the woman accused of has been a paraplegic for 25 plus years.
Oh, I saw that.
And a judge okayed the arrest warrant. And the officers went to go arrest this person there, and instead of going, wait, hold on, you're a paraplegic, there's no way you could have kicked down a woman's door, basically beat the shit out of her, even though she didn't have a single bruise on her, and then, try to strangle her to death. And whatnot. The police are just like, look, I have an arrest warrant for you. But I couldn't have done it. Well, you're gonna have to prove your innocence down at the station. That's not how it works. That's not how any of this fucking works. You have to prove I'm guilty. I don't have to prove I'm innocent. What the fuck? In other news, I need to get rid of all these dead bodies.
Interesting thing to say right after addressing a crime.
I know, right?
An alleged crime that couldn't have actually happened, but you get the point.
But yeah. Ice, how have you been? Damn, he's dead.
I was muted the microphone because I had coughing while you were ranting.
Oh, sorry.
I recovered from heat exhaustion just in time for food poisoning.
Nice.
So I've had an awesome weekend. I've done nothing but sleep.
Nice. Now, how'd you get food poisoning?
I had salt bring Zaxby's for me to eat on my field day.
Okay.
And put it in Mama's lunchbox thinking she had ice packs in there still.
Oh no.
She did in fact not have ice packs. And then I ate the chicken tenders when I got home.
Fortunately, I'm still going to have to use the disposal method of just chop up the bodies.
You don't have cremation or anything?
No,
like
we do actually, as Vikings, we don't know what the fuck cremation is. And that's the thing is that in Vikings, before Vanilla expanded Medieval 2, when Vikings was their own mod, back in 1.4 and before, we had a funeral pyre, which we just stacked a whole bunch of logs on top of each other and got rid of bodies that way. We don't have that for some reason in Medieval 2.
That's odd.
Yeah. So it's just like, we don't start off with cremation. However, if I chose the one where we start off as Romans instead, I think we would have gotten cremation. And whatnot. I just... Look. It's just like, look, I'm just gonna have to go up to the cooks and be like, look, here's a blender. I know we're Vikings. I know we don't have electricity. Here's a blender. Blend the bodies. Dump it down the sink.
Just find like an old school ice cream maker that you have to churn yourself. And just say here. Just maybe try and, I don't know, debone it first and then just grind.
Oh boy. So instead of Rimworld giving me a son or a daughter, it decided, here, have a grandson instead.
Oh god, which of the failures had an offspring?
I don't know.
Which of the failures?
That's what he's been calling them.
My children have been disappointments.
More importantly, what are you going to call this? What are you going to call the grandchild?
I don't know, basically.
If they're failures, the grandchild's a disappointment.
First, hold on, I have to go, oh no, okay, so my grandson is unwaveringly loyal. He will not join.
Apparently not loyal to you.
No! He is loyal to the, Central Republic, basically. Hold on. Okay, I'm gonna need to build a new musket. That probably gave the musket that my character had before I threw him in the jail cell for just losing his goddamn shit every 20 minutes. Unless, is there a musket in here? No, okay. Yeah, it's fair. So, agenda today. Go up here, to the north, get rid of all these, just... The Savage Viking clan, just get rid of all of them.
At long last, we are doing the rape and pillage.
Normally it's me saying the terrible things. What's up with Ace today?
Well, Ace, do you have an answer?
I've just been out of it all day.
It's not an answer, it's a statement.
Correct.
Great, Ace has gone full psychopath on us.
Get rid of a whole bunch of junk that we have. Yeah. I think I will go do is there's some poor bastard out there has a farm with food, which basically means he has to die.
You know, if you just take the bodies with you and leave them, they're not your problem anymore.
I mean,
you just leave the dead behind, they're no longer your problem.
do you know how many dead bodies we have to get rid of? Like, do you really know how many dead bodies we gotta get rid of?
No, I don't.
Is that including the ones in the lake?
Possibly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
That's
7.
a lot of bodies.
Yeah, that's a lot of bodies. That's more than, I'm gonna say that's over 3 dozen. Tell me on how I'm gonna carry 3 dozen bodies.
To be fair, if you were including the lake corpses, then that would have been probably closer to what, 100?
Yeah.
Speaking of which, is the lake not sufficient anymore?
It's not getting rid of the bodies fast enough. I need to get rid of the bodies now.
Oh, I finally overheated for the first time.
Whoops. There we go. Just making sure everybody has their musket selected. Alright, let's go. Bring the dogs with us, no room they can stay. Nearly sent the child to go die in a raid. That would have been bad. Or funny, I don't know.
Whichever is more convenient at the time.
Look, back in my Soviet Elves playthrough and whatnot, I didn't read the contract to the mission that I had selected. And the Empire was like, "Can we borrow one colonist, please?" And I'm like, "Sure, here, take the child." I thought they were just asking for, you know, basically just like, "Hey, you know, we need some extra hands for labor. Can you give us a colonist?" I'm like, "Sure, take the child." Much to my surprise, when the child comes back, like literally the same day, traumatized and becomes an alcoholic because they've seen war beyond their comprehension.
Okay, well, first off, what the fuck kind of war were they fighting? But,
I should also point out, this is like, because like the Empire was like, "Hey, we're gonna kick some deserters and whatnot." So this was like Space Marine on Space Marine violence. I should also point out this child was like a plant person. I forget what the vanilla expanded word for them is, basically, but I'm just gonna say, like, this child might as well have been a fucking hippie. Like, war was a foreign concept to this child, or at least that's what I'm going to say.
how peaceful was your PNC of elves?
Not very peaceful. We ran over people with tanks. Like, honestly, I really wish that run kept going. I would have went for world domination, to be honest. If it weren't for the fact that there was an error with Vanilla Expanded where it had a huge memory leak issue, and literally Rimworld was taking up all 32 gigabytes of my fucking RAM.
Oh god.
I probably would have still kept going with that save. It took a month for them to actually fix the memory leak issues with Vanilla Expanded frameworks. Or vehicle frameworks. Not Vanilla Expanded vehicles, vehicle frameworks. Sorry. And whatnot. But by that time I had gotten rid of the save, so... Whoops. But yeah, no, honestly, God, despite the fact that the Soviet Elves was supposed to be a joke, because the whole thing about the Soviet Elves was... it was supposed to be a Stellaris game, because it was like, alright, so you know what? Belgium destroyed the galaxy and whatnot. This is like the last remnant of the elves that we had from the Stellaris game and whatnot. And, okay. The whole Soviet part of the elves was just a complete joke and whatnot, because it was just like, ah yes, we will build AKs and fight, you know, guerrilla warfare against the mechanoids, because Belgium was a machine race in Stellaris. So it was just like, he was the mechanoids, he destroyed our empire, we were going to be the remnants of the elf empire. But then it was just like, it all started with a gif of basically like Lord of the Rings and whatnot, of like Gandalf. It wasn't even a gif, it was an image of Gandalf holding an AK and being just like, ah yes, this is like This AK was basically, I forget, hold on, I gotta look it up now.
And 53 other sentences you did not expect to hear when waking up today. Gandalf holding an AK.
Yeah.
I don't quite remember that part of the movie that I haven't seen.
It was Gandalf, it was an image of Gandalf. I think DS was the one that posted it. It was like, this weapon was forged by elves, Soviet elves, and it's Gandalf holding an AK, and I'm like, fuck it, we're Soviet elves now. And so that's how the old... Huh?
I said that can't go wrong.
Yeah, no, and it's just like, there was a mod that I was using as well, called Rim Thunder, there we go, which was basically War Thunder in Rimworld.
Yeah.
So we're building Soviet tanks. They're actually, it was like the Chinese Type 56 or whatever, but whatever, that was the only thing we had at the time. Now we have a lot more mods with a lot more Soviet tanks. And whatnot, and it was fucking amazing. Literally, you just build a tank, you become God.
How can you kill a god?
Oh god, I forget the line. DS would know the goddamn line.
The only reason I know that one line is because there was an FTL video.
Yeah? And what happens in the FTL video?
It's basically a highlight reel of someone's run, and I think it's a Kestrel B run where they get 4 burst laser Mark IIs. So you can probably tell why they were playing that song.
It's just Dagoth Wave.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah. I do ask myself, did making all these muskets for the Vikings, is this cheating?
I mean, I don't know enough about Vikings, so do you think that they would try to reverse engineer a gun if they somehow managed to find one?
Probably. Who wouldn't try to reverse engineer a gun?
I don't know if they have some sort of code against... Actually, no, they wouldn't have, because they wouldn't know what that is.
No! Damn, I lost one of the wolves.
Oh.
That one was actually, the only reason why I was saying no to that one is because that one was actually bonded.
To who?
Biff. That was Biff's favorite wolf out of them all.
Is he going to take, like, a sanity penalty?
Yes. That he's gonna get a mood debuff because of it. Bonded animal not given away. What the fuck? Venerated Arctic wolf died. No. The special bonded animal was given away. That's not the thing that was supposed to follow. It's supposed to say died or whatever, but given away, I guess, is sure. That's what we'll call it. The wolf didn't.
That's what we'll tell the child. Help the child.
It just like. Just like after the raid's over, Biff's like, yo, where's my favorite wolf at, basically, and we just told him, oh no, we just gave him away to a trade caravan that just passed by all of a sudden in the middle of battle. Didn't die or anything. No, it's perfectly fine. Yeah, Rimworld sometimes makes me question everything. More or less just makes me question the shit that comes out of my mouth, but still, it's just like, we went to go raid this farm, killed 7 people, got about a whole bunch of berries. How many berries of food did that give us? About an extra day's worth of food. I'm like, I killed 7 people for a day's worth of berries?
You've done worse for less.
I mean, I'm pretty sure I killed people for looking at me the wrong way.
And suddenly the FBI agent calls his friends over.
I'm pretty sure I've killed people for fun. Hell, I'm pretty sure I saw a pig skin and I just simply, the first thought that went through my head was, you'd make some pretty good beef jerky. Wait, how would a pigskin make beef jerky? Hold on.
They make pork jerky.
Yeah, these are pork chops. There we go.
You can't make beef jerky.
Bacon. There we go. You can make some damn good bacon.
You can't make beef jerky. Yeah, that's something that isn't beef.
I'm sorry. How fucked up would it be, basically, lately, if I got like a pigskin colonist to join my colony? Obviously, but I just renamed him to Chris P. Bacon.
No. He's known as Porkus and Bacon.
I'm pretty sure I've heard of someone actually making or buying a pig and naming it that. That has to be a thing.
Yeah. Hold on.
What's the wicked thing?
Arctic Coyote's trying to hunt the Roomba.
Ah, the Roomba.
I forgot about the Roomba.
I've got about a lot of things too. It's been a while. It's just.
Holy shit. They updated the Imperium of Mankind chipset for Stellaris.
Really?
Yeah. Damn. I didn't think they were ever going to update that one again.
We should probably get around to. I don't know.
It is. I will. Give me another week. And hopefully by that point they'll have fixed multiplayer.
Do you really think they're going to fix multiplayer?
No. But I need another week.
Alright, if you say so.
Because after next week's the last week.
Alright, so this man right here. He is a guest in our colony.
Okay.
Yes.
Which means he is supposed to be sleeping in a guest bed. Yet he is sleeping on the floor in the middle of the castle.
He just drank a little bit too much, it's okay.
Mind you, the beds are free.
The beds in the castle are free. You can take them home.
No, you can't do that. You can sleep in them for free.
The Vikings don't want you to know this. Don't ask what'll happen to you if you try it.
Why is
Spoiler alert, they'll cut your fucking head off.
Why is Me-Side and Doki Doki Literature Club doing a creative contest?
I don't know, but I'm scared.
I feel like this should be concerning.
They saw the meme. They saw the meme video. And I don't
Do
know.
I even want to know?
I don't even know what the fuck I'm talking about. Don't listen to me.
I really want to like you, Victoria 3. Just let me down at every given opportunity, though. Maybe next time. Maybe next overhaul they'll get around to the war system.
I think that's their actual plan.
Oh, it's gonna be too little, too late.
And maybe by the time it comes out, it'll go back to being winter again, so I can actually play the game.
First thing that one of the Arctic, the caravan shows up basically after raiding the farm. First thing one of the Arctic wolves does, I'm just gonna murder this otter.
I mean, you never never know what that auto could have done to you.
No, you know, you're right. You're right.
You remember all those bonus songs you got for pre-ordering?
What, Victoria 3?
For Hearts of Iron 4?
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, they're making a DLC where they're re-releasing those.
Yeah.
Which is nice, because I missed out on Katusha.
Who the fuck listens to the music in Hearts of Iron 4?
I do not. I have literally every single sound turned off Hearts of Iron 4, and I can still hear them in my dreams.
I at least usually have the music turned off, but occasionally I'll like open the soundtrack and pop that on.
God damn it, why does my brain think of this stupid shit?
Uh-oh. He's had a thought. He's had a thought.
Hey, Paradox. Access speech pack when?
I think they get sued by the EU for that.
Ironically, I think they would.
Probably would, yeah. But no, it's been a joke because they've done one like Allied speech, like radio speeches, and then like Soviet radio speeches, and then it's just like everybody's been going, "Hey, Paradox, where's the Access speech DLC?"
Me playing Battlefront 2 with my parents, wondering why I'm shouting for the Republic at 3 a.m.
Oh yeah, no, we're really having a prison break.
I feel that one.
You feel that one?
Not the prison break, but the...
Shouting for the Republic at 3 a.m. in the morning?
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
Meanwhile, EA's punching air right now with how fast this game came back.
Which
Why
one?
did it come back?
Because it was May the 4th. And people wanted to play a Star Wars game, and unfortunately, this is still the best Star Wars game we have at the minute.
Looks over at Empire at War.
I don't want to go play Empire at War again. They took the fun out of Thrawn's Revenge.
Find me a goddamn mod pack that actually expands on the entire, like, give me a mod pack that lets me play the entire galaxy of Star Wars, like the full Galactic Civil War. But for the love of God, do not make it a 4X tax simulator.
And then you have Remake, which is a whole other type of shit show.
Oh my God, it's just
now.
It's just like it's just like, oh yes, instead of, you know, building individual squads or units, like, well, here's an entire regiment you build. I'm like, holy shit, we're gonna have like big giant land battles, and it's just like a regiment is just a platoon of motherfuckers, and I'm just sitting there going like, are you fucking serious? How many of these regiments can I build? 3.
Wonder how Bob's doing.
I also like, if Remake is the same mod that I'm thinking of, I also love on how basically for any soldier that dies, I have to pay pension for them as well.
Whew.
Yeah, I think that is the same mod.
Hi there, Brian.
Man,
I haven't actually kept up with it since 2020, I think.
Mm-hmm.
we'd be paying a lot of pensions out. I'm just gonna put that out there. Ooh.
Yeah, they make you... I know that they make you replace every single fighter that gets shot down in a naval battle.
Oh God.
Well, we just aren't gonna have any fighters anymore.
And keep in mind, that includes the individual fighters out of squadrons.
Yeah.
So, the Lucrehulk squadron that it gets... They did Lucrehulk so weirdly in that mod. So, Lucrehulks get 2 garrison squadrons, but the garrison squadrons are 400 fighters each.
Why are you exhausted, Doge? Why not happy, Doge? Because I have insomnia.
And on that note, how much sleep did you get? Or
Yes.
Did you actually not sleep?
There's a pile
2
of red.
hours.
There's a pile of Red Bulls in the corner over there.
1 hour.
Did you watch that short I sent you?
Remind me which one?
The what's his name? The mandatory fun day in the Black Rifle.
Oh, where he basically pours an energy drink instead of water in his coffee maker.
Didn't even consider that as a possibility.
I
I'm
didn't
perfectly honest with you.
Pretty sure that would kill most people.
If you have Red Bull, why doesn't your Doge have wings? Is it expired? You know, you're right.
No, it's-
No, but if he gives Red Bull to the Doge, then the Doge will expire. Yes.
Instead of wings, he just gets a halo.
Yeah.
Por Halo nos dos. I butchered that, I know.
It's okay.
Were you trying to say why not both?
Yes.
Uh-oh.
The savages are at it again.
Yeah. And
Heard the
there's a
musket
fuck
line.
ton of them.
Uh-oh. Well, it's been nice. It's been a nice run, Sly. Ace pick a nation.
Japan.
Alright. What am I doing?
Communism.
No.
Yes.
Light tank 2.
No, heavies.
Are you rushing the research for Light Tank 2 on day 1?
Possibly.
Don't you start with the only one that you really need?
Listen, Ace, I have a plan.
What is the plan?
The Japanese aren't gonna. The Chinese aren't gonna know what hit them.
Well, don't forget to switch out the tank template.
So I know I'm not looking at much of the battle here, basically. I'm just trying to micromanage.
I immediately got the shit beat out of me. I do keep wondering when Paradox is gonna add a cost to synthetics.
Synthetics.
Like, when are they gonna make? Yeah, synthetic refineries. When are they gonna make them cost something?
Hopefully nothing.
Yeah, hopefully they don't. But if they do, they'll probably just add a coal resource, which will actually make Japan a lot stronger because I think there's an island that's basically full of coal, not far off of Kyushu.
Disband the carriers, disband the submarines.
If you get rid of the carriers as Japan, I swear to God, I will strangle you.
I don't need them.
I don't get rid of the carriers, but I do get rid of the submarines. Just because interwar submarines are an actual waste of manpower.
Yeah, no. Since we're vastly outnumbered in that battle, what I was literally doing is just clicking on my necromancer and then just raising a skeleton army. Because, like, for every one of them that dies, it's just like, oh, good, I can steal your skeleton.
It's like the priest in Age of Empires. You just hide him behind a wall and just go, ah, you are mine now.
Just go, your soul is mine. Oh, shit. Apparently this one wasn't actually wounded, he was just playing wounded.
Well, you know what that means.
He gets a free ride to The Hague.
Skeleton army.
Why in Sam Hell is the default Japanese tank using a petrol engine?
Why do you think?
Because it didn't. Japan switched over to diesels after their first tank burst into flame and killed everyone inside.
How the fuck did that happen?
It was a... God, what was it? I forget exactly what tank it was, but
Was
it
it one
was
of
just a really bad engine.
Was it one of those whippets?
I don't think it was a whippet. Let me just check. Wikipedia, that is not what I meant.
Yeah, I know. Because I remember seeing, because I'm like, Japanese tanks, and looking at images, you know, because I didn't even know what a whippet was until a couple nights ago when we were talking about Japanese tanks.
Female.
And it's like...
basically just erupted into flames on the proving ground, and everyone inside burned.
Nice. Prioritize steel for guns because those mills are desperately needed at the second.
Navy will never forgive you for this.
It's hoy, the Navy can fuck itself.
Am I the only one here that actually does Navy?
I do torpedo cruisers.
I usually do Navy. after I get done killing the Soviets.
But that's because you always go war north.
Sometimes I'll build a few ASW boats just to tell the Soviets to fuck off, because they station 19 subs off the Japanese coast.
It's not the Soviet subs you have to worry about. Oh no, it's the 100 American subs that show up. Why does America have so many submarines?
We did this funny thing where we wanted to do the fleet submarine and try to make it work, which we kind of did, but also they were all in the Philippines at the start, so they had a fun time at the beginning. By the end of the war, they were terrifying. It was like the Happy Times just left the Atlantic and went to the Pacific.
Went to warmer waters.
Greener pastures. Well, the entire plan was basically go north, take out all these, you know, all these dudes up here and whatnot, but after that raid, it's just like, oh no. We're a little bit screwed up. How badly injured are you?
It's okay. Well, DS is perfectly fine. I have an infection, minor. It's a minor infection right now. Is anybody gonna heal me? And whatnot. Biff. A few cuts, left leg, left femur. Belgium, right shoulder, right arm. Ice, got the ever-loving shit beat out of him. Ace, you're perfectly fine. Toxicity, okay.
I highly doubt that I'm perfectly fine since I'm a corpse.
Look, after the 5th resurrection, we finally made it work, okay?
After I took an entire one of your hands.
After you took all 5 fingers from my hand, you're finally okay. Meki over here.
I can repay the investment.
Literally, I put a new hand on my old hand, and somehow the 5 fingers on the new hand just disappear. I am cursed on this world to only have one hand, but anyway, they're fine. It's the infections that I'm most worried about. A couple of people have infections. Why are you wasting medicine on a skeleton? One of the prisoners is having a mental breakdown.
When aren't they?
We're gonna have some mental breakdowns here too, basically. Ice is just malnourished, intense pain. Despite the fact that we have a whole bunch of berries as well, it's just... people are just like, hey, you know what? Human meat.
I suddenly hear Secret Rooms playing, or Halloween chiptune, whichever one it is.
I don't know, man. I don't know. But it's just like, we have, you know, honey, we got berries, it's just... Oh god, can you stop fucking eating the good... You might be wondering, why the hell am I butchering people? Well, we have a warg. Its name is Princess. The human meat...
I love that dog.
Just... Why? It's not even a dog, it's an abomination!
It's the space dog.
The heavily muscled wolf-like creature with vicious, unnatural claws and absurdly powerful bite. They'll only eat meat or corpses. If disturbed in the wild, they're very likely to attack. Scientists say warriors are a descendant of weaponized military animals created for population suppression. The superstitious see them as tools of an angry god.
So wait, what you're saying is they're a souped-up dog that has the spirit of the fentanyl diver inside of it.
Yes.
No wonder I like that thing so much.
You know, in between streams, I should have just gotten rid of the damn dog.
Why?
Because nobody would have noticed. Let's see, I know this sounds. Okay, you're gonna give... Okay. I thought they were grabbing the human meat to go fucking eat it, and no, they're gonna feed the dog, you know, the animals with the human meat or whatever, and it's just like, okay, thank God. What is that? Oh, it's a skeleton. Go on. Go on, go on. I was hearing a weird noise, and it was just the skeletons despawning.
I have a new plan for my base in the new Green Hell save.
Gotcha. Oh, that's maybe we should have done Green Hell today, but go on.
Well, we still need to test if it'll actually work.
Right, yeah.
So, I live next to a giant river system now.
Okay.
And Green Hell a few years back added in floating modular bases that you can build.
Yeah.
So I'm going to remake the presidential suite that I made on a tree in my old save, just on the water now.
So instead of the tree highway, you're just going to make all of a sudden basically just...
Oh no, I'm remaking the tree highway.
Oh no.
I will do that at some point.
Oh no.
But the only problem with that is there are... I think I have found a grand total of 3 Brazil nut trees that I can actually build houses on so far. And that includes going all the way out to find the weapon rack blueprint, which was on the other side of the map from where I live. Or the other side of this quarter of the map that I live on.
Oh yes, Belgium and DS just having a beer outside by the fireplace next to 11 hair corpses. Just the skeletons of 11 hairs just by a fireplace and 2 guys drinking a beer.
The fruits of their labor? Question mark.
I don't even know anymore, man.
Oh yeah, part of the... What's it? Part of the version of the game that I'm saved, or that my save is in,
Yeah.
it's a prequel to the main story,
Mm-hmm.
and part of the whole story is you're supposed to befriend some of the native tribes, and part of that is rescuing children that got lost after being abducted by a hostile tribe.
Wonderful.
And one of the children, I actually heard on the way back from getting the weapons rack blueprint, inside of a puma lair.
Yeah, no, that child's gone. I'm sorry.
That was my thinking, especially since I had just been stung by a stingray.
How'd you get... Never mind, I'm gonna ask questions.
River stingrays.
Is
They are a thing.
Okay.
So yeah, that happened, and I pretty much immediately heard the child singing, because that's their tell.
Oh yes, whenever I've been, you know, captured by a puma and brought back to its lair, you know, to be saved for dinner later, I just start, you know, singing too.
Look, man, I'm not questioning it anymore. I'm just going along with whatever the fuck the game throws my way.
Alright, fair enough.
But yeah, I couldn't find the puma. Which is probably the worst part of that.
Yeah.
Although I did find a rattlesnake on the way back. Which I had too much of a fever to actually kill.
In game or real life?
In game. I don't live in range of rattlesnakes. Although, I think my hometown has them. Because I vaguely remember a story of my godparents finding a rattlesnake in their pool.
Yeah. That's wonderful.
I mean, just imagine opening up the pool on the first day of spring or whenever you decide to open it up,
Yeah.
and you just hear the rattling hell sound, hell creature.
I mean, at least rattlesnakes tell you to fuck off.
Yeah. I am kind of curious how it planned on getting out.
Maybe it just didn't want to, I don't know.
From what I was told, it was not intent on dying. Or being looked at. Or really having anything to do with anyone. But yeah, pretty sure as soon as the Appalachian Mountains start to even out, the rattlesnakes just stop. For whatever reason.
What do you mean by even out?
As soon as the elevation flattens. As soon as the mountains stop being mountains.
Shuttle has arrived. Okay. You know, you could... No, I'm kidding. You know, I actually... Okay, well, I'm just gonna have to just fail that one, because I told the Empire, and be like... The Empire was like, oh, hey, look, can we borrow a guy, you know, to help with a malaria outbreak? And I'm like, sure, we just need one guy, and it's just like... Oh.
Hey, I've seen this FTL event.
I actually don't have anybody to give them. Not anybody I'm willing to. I can give DS over, but... yeah, alright, fine, just DS get in the shuttle.
Actually, wait. What's the FTL event that you have, if you have one, the most vivid memory of? Whether it's fucking you over in a run or just getting it consistently over and over again.
Mind you, I've only ever played FTL like once. Most of my knowledge of FTL is just watching other people play it.
Fair enough.
As far as getting fucked over, The words drones pops up repeatedly in my head for some reason.
That's fair enough, because there is a, so the final boss of FTL, the flagship?
Yes.
The second phase of it has a... Basically, the ship powers up its drone system and fires off a massive wave of drones at you that you have to just live through. And I think that's the highest DPS enemy that you fight throughout most of the run.
Wonderful.
And the best part is, it's RNG exactly which type of drone it has. So if you get lucky, it could all be beam drones, and you just cloak and then let your shields power up through it all.
Yeah.
But if you get all lasers, your shields just aren't coming back.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Wanted dead or alive, Tall Legs. King of the hails is apparently notorious Gorvel Tall Legs Tokuson of Uud's clan is hiding out in your vicinity. Arnaz is asking for us to bring Tall Legs to one of their settlements for a grand sum of 2,280 silver. Double if alive. They're hiding in a safe house, it's probably guarded. If we clear out their camp, transport pods with the following blah 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 will be okay. Interesting. Maybe we should become bounty hunters.
Viking bounty hunters with muskets. They slowly realize they slowly turn from axes and bows to just another PMC.
Just long, instead of axes and bows, long rifles and revolvers.
Please, flintlocks.
Okay.
Or whichever one you find first, really. Is that a garbage truck?
A refrigerated truck.
Do I hear air conditioning?
Yes, yes you do. These muskets have obscene, like, just long range for some reason. I have no idea why, but just like modern weapons or like fully automatic weapons just don't have the range that these muskets do, which is Bit
It
of a,
sounds like the difference between modded and unmodded stuff.
yeah.
Which makes me assume that there was some sort of compatibility patch that adjusts all the vanilla stuff.
The muskets, if I remember correctly, they come from Vanilla Expanded, because Vanilla base game doesn't actually have muskets. Yeah, and that's from Vanilla Expanded.
Because, as far as I can recall, Rimworld is supposed to be more futuristic than medieval.
Yeah.
Because the point is you're stranded on the planet and have to fly off.
What do you mean fly off?
Isn't the point to build a shuttle and then fly away?
I mean, technically, yes. My main goal, on the other hand, is harass the locals.
Yeah, I know that a lot of people play it a bit like Subnautica, where they just keep the file and don't actually end the game. Which, to be fair, is how I intend on playing this Green Hell save.
You kidding me, base Subnautica? It's just like, get me the fuck off this planet! Rimworld? Fuck no. You see what kind of... You can see what sort of messed up shit I get into? Subnautica? Well, fuck no! See how I'll spend the rest of my life in the water? Fuck no!
There's land, especially if you play the DLC.
Do not. I will hit you with my truck, my whatever, the trailer trash truck, going 3 miles per hour.
What's that a reference to?
Nothing. It's just the DLC or whatever. I can't remember the name.
The sea truck, right?
Yeah, the sea truck. There we go.
Yeah. I still don't get why they decided to make it standalone instead of just a DLC.
I don't know either, basically.
Or also why they had to rewrite the entire script 3 times after making the map.
Because they got rid of the original.
They got rid of the first 2 guys.
Yeah.
Including the guy who wrote the first game, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. They got rid of the original guy. Got a second guy. The second guy couldn't make heads or tails out of the first guy's notes. Gave up. Got rid of him. Third guy was like, fuck it. I don't know. Just ship it. You know what the best part is about the DLC? The Arctic whatever the fuck?
What?
So you're there to figure out what the fuck happened to your sister, right?
Oh, yeah, and you don't actually have to do that.
Yet you can complete the game without ever finding out whatever the fuck happened to your sister.
There's not even a special note made at the end of the game if you do that. Like, there's no extra dialogue line of, well, I'm going to do this, but I also wish that I had gone back and figured out what happened to my sister. None of that.
I would have just left it. I would have just made it an achievement, basically saying, "Did you forget why you were here?"
See, that would actually be interesting, or at least make. Oh, there. Like, there would be a point to that, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. But I like the whole premise of the story is basically, at least, so your sister was working for some company I can't remember the goddamn name of.
Altera.
Altera, there we go. And it was just like, Altera's like, your sister died in a tragic accident. And your character's like, I don't fucking believe you. I'm gonna go to the planet and figure it out myself. Turns out Altera was a lot fucking nicer than I would have put it, because your sister actually died because she was a fucking idiot. That got everybody killed.
To be fair, they were poking the bacteria that started the pandemic that caused the first game.
Yeah, see, I kind of forget that there's a pandemic in the first game and whatnot, because usually when you say the words, you know, like pandemic or like world-ending, you know, plague,
Brings up a different mental image after 2020.
not just that as well, basically, but it was just like... I have a love-hate relationship with this one mod. I can't remember, the Red Plague or something like that. Actually makes... It was really kind of just like a joke mod that got way out of hand. Basically, because it's just like, you know... the first iteration of it was like, haha, funny shadow follows you. And then it basically became into... Yeah, so we turned Subnautica into nightmare fuel now. Just to give you ideas, basically, it was just, whatchamacallit? Well, one of the things you have to deal with is, like, you know on how that big giant ship you crashed on in the first game?
Mm-hmm.
You know on how there's supposed to be, like, a whole bunch of dead people now?
Do they actually add corpses?
Yep. By the way, there's zombies now. Good luck.
Oh, I was about to say, can you loot them?
I mean, maybe. I don't know. You can probably kill them and just, like, turn them into bone calcium. I don't fucking know.
Well, no, that's not what I meant, but, because that would go more in line with what the first game had you do. Because you had to be a fucking loot gremlin in the first game.
This is true, but I thought you were just basically just looting life pods and that whatnot.
Yeah. You were looting shipwrecks,
Yeah.
mostly, and life pods. But all the corpses were implied to have been eaten by various things.
Yeah. God, I'm literally gonna have to
Welcome
just...
to bone calcium.
Oh no!
What the fuck? You're the one who said it.
I know I was the one who said it. I mean, you take fish and turn them into just like, yes, take bladder fish. What do I turn it into? H2O. Don't ask me how that fucking works.
I think the Pokedex thing says how it works, maybe. Hold on.
Pokedex?
The PDA, I had to think of it for a second.
The Pokedex. No, that's what it's called now. It's called the Pokedex.
What the fuck is this thing?
What?
I looked up a bladderfish and a Reddit post with this thing came up. Hold on. Pretty sure this person found an SCP.
What the fuck? This is a completely translucent fish. What the fuck?
Exact. It looks gelatinous plastic-like.
No, it's I'm just gonna say it's AI. Don't believe it. Don't believe it. It's AI.
That also makes sense. I thought it was a toy more than anything.
Just like, oh yes, a fish that looks like
that little horror. This was 7 years ago.
a fish that looks like a Eldritch Abomination. A horror that is beyond my comprehension. No, it's AI. Fuck off.
I mean, for AI art in 2018, it looks better than what they had in 2020.
I could probably make an argument for that. I could probably say, well, you know what, basically, when AI art first came out, it wasn't so bad. Then people realized they can monetize it, and so they made the AI start purposely making bad photos, so you'd have to keep, like, you know, be like, oh, it's just like generate a photo of, like, a person, and the face is all fucked up. Well, if you know, spend another, like, you know, I don't know how much money shit is, basically.
Just say, like, $10 a month.
Yeah, it's like, if you pay a subscription, you know, it's just like, oh, well, you know, we'll allow you to use the face fix feature, because that's literally how these stupid fucking AI websites work now. Some dipshit was just like, hey, you know what we could do? monetize it, and it's, well, that's all it's gonna what people are gonna do to begin with, but still, it's just like, why? What? Fuck off.
The bladderfish is able to filter air and seawater into its body cavity through a unique membrane which surrounds its spine like a bladder. This allows it to remove and consume organic particulate caught on the way and adjust its own buoyancy. That's what the PDA says about it.
Hmm. Uh-oh.
Membrane has applications as a neutral water filter. Is that a black hole?
Yes, because I just teleported him. Hold on. Crisis avoided? No, okay. Getting that glitch basically, because what ended up happening is I noticed his UI was glitched out. I couldn't undraft him and whatnot, and then I just noticed my TPS basically, like ticks per second, just went to the fucking drain because like the game is just like locking up all of a sudden.
Yeah.
We're getting that glitch again where everybody's like frozen in time, just stuck there.
Hmm.
And I'm just like, God damn it, why does this always happen? So I'm gonna quit out. Launch it back in. What I probably should have done is I probably should have just started up that new playthrough that I wanted to do using the Grimhammer mods.
You got it to work?
I got yeah. Yeah, I've just been playing it like offline and whatnot. Ooh.
Did you choose to remove that one mod?
The Adeptus Custodes? No, I'm just gonna keep them and suffer. Alright, that's not good. I'm gonna load up an old autosave to basically see if we try averting this, because what I think I'm gonna have to do is like quit game and then relaunch game, and I'm just like, that's gonna take a hot minute to do, because that's how we unfucked this problem the last time, is literally... Because I remember when this happened, like, last game, or last time, or probably the stream before that one, it was just, like, this problem happened where everybody was just frozen.
I vaguely remember something like that.
Yeah, and it's just like, well, we just called it there. Let me just turn on development mode. Yeah, it's basically just object reference is not set to an instance of an object.
Oh, the object just stopped objecting.
Yeah, basically, that's the error that we're getting, is the game forgot how to game. I want to see something now.
What?
Alright, because like this error persists, basically, 'cause it's just like, you'd think the error, like if we load up an old save file, the error wouldn't happen, but the error still persisted even though we load up an older save, before the error even happened, right?
Right.
I'm gonna load this up, This is gonna restart the game, though. That's the only problem. which might actually fix the error. However, I'm going to load up the Grimhammer save that I have, load that up, see if we still get the same error or not, and if we don't get the same error, then I'll just load up the Surstroming Castle again. Troubleshooting mods, the true Rimworld experience. Yes, indeed. Hi there, Peanut Gorilla. How you doing today? The error that we're having, in case you just popped in right now, was basically object reference object is not set to object reference, which basically object is stopped objecting.
Game no do.
Game forgot how to game. Which isn't the first time this error has popped up. I've had that. Yeah, damn.
Specifically for this save, because I don't think you've ever mentioned it happening with any other saves.
There was some world pawn that just stopped existing. Oh. Well, for this one, basically, the development log was saying literally everybody stopped just being an object. You know, I could make a joke right now, but I'm just not going to. It's one of those jokes where it's just like, it'd be funny to me and nobody else. But yeah. But whatchamacallit. Yeah, I'm loading up another save with a completely different mod list. Because what ended up happening is that we loaded the save, like loaded an autosave, and the error was still there for some reason. It's just like, well, that's not good. The game has stopped knowing how to game. Which I had a similar error as well in another stream where for some reason the game forgot how to put people in beds because they were trying to go to bed to sleep and then they would just get frozen stuck in the bed. And the error that it was giving me was cannot sleep because not in bed. But they couldn't get into the bed because they couldn't sleep. And it was like a catch-22 error that kept repeating with everything.
Yeah.
And what I ended up having to do is I had to delete all the beds and then rebuild all the beds, and that seemed to fix the issue, and it just like... I have no idea what is wrong, but that save file is just entirely cursed. Which is probably why I should just start another playthrough instead of trying to carry out my plans of Nordic domination. Of trying to conquer the tundra. Oh, nice. What is the worst bug that you ever have to happen to you in a game? Any game.
I mean, just save corruption, usually.
Yeah.
But, I mean, in terms of software, just save corruption, like I said, but, in terms of hardware, I got sold a fake copy of a game, in GameStop once.
Oh,
and it
shit.
turns out that it was a rather shoddily made, ROM.
What was the game?
Pokemon Platinum.
Huh.
Yeah. The thing is, it still works, it's just very crashy. And it's actually still compatible with all the other games on the DS, so fuck it, I can still play it.
Had a mod break so bad it corrupted my graphics driver. What the fuck?
Jesus. How does that work?
I had a mod crash mod break so badly it destroyed my PC.
Usually software glitches don't cross the boundary into hardware destruction. I mean, it can if it causes something like an overheat, but it's not the most common thing.
Alright, well, we figured out that basically it's just that world. That world is completely fucked. Because loading into the other modless save that I have here, the 40k save, it just... No, this one's working perfectly fine.
Okay, so it's either one of the mods or just the game hates Vikings.
I'm gonna have to say the game hates Vikings because it's just like, well, it's... So I would say, like, the mod lists are almost identical with each other, but the only difference between this one is that some of the vanilla factions expanded mods I've removed, basically, because it's just like... Just try to trim as much fat from the mod list as possible.
Right.
And whatnot, so it's kind of like, huh, alright. Yeah, save and quit to menu, and then... Oh. Okay, the screen went gray there and scared the shit out of me. Gray is not a good color. You never want to see a gray screen.
At least with a black screen, you know that you need to just restart.
So we're going to start Rimworld again, basically loading this Stroming mod list. Because usually what ended up happening, because like when this happened the last time, I was just like, well, that's the end of that. Close game. Next day, try to see if I could unfuck it. And then the game works perfectly fine again. So we're going to try restarting it.
It just remembered the thing that it forgot.
Yeah. Or it's like, it was like that dude with Alzheimer's that forgot he had Alzheimer's and then remembered everything. Don't know if it's a true story. You look it up yourself.
Okay.
Are you actually looking it up?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Apparently there's a CNN article about either something similar or the exact story.
I was about to say, it's just like, you want to hear a not-so-fun fact?
Go for it.
There are alligators or crocodiles, I forget what the fuck a caiman is.
It's a crocodilian, yeah.
It is something that should have died with the dinosaurs. We'll call it that. I don't know. But anyway, so there's an alligator or crocodiles off the coast of Louisiana that have learned that if they just flail about in the water and splash around, like basically if they imitate somebody that looks like they're drowning in the water, basically somebody might swim out there to save them, quote unquote, and then the alligator gets
They learned what a roue de guerre is.
What the fuck's a roue de guerre?
Disguise of war, if that makes any sense.
Right, yeah, basically. So, amphibious lizard has learned on how to trick people into thinking that it is also a person that is drowning out in the water. So therefore,
Yeah,
it could get free meal.
Rudiger is basically when you have either a ship or a person. Help. That is like they have the flag of their enemy, but they take it down the second they enter combat. That's Rudiger, because you don't intend on false flagging, but you still use the disguise.
Interesting.
It is legal, and the Brits and the Germans both did it in World War I with ships. In fact, the opposite ship from each other. If you've heard that story.
Yes, I have.
Okay, I'm not actually seeing anything credible.
For Alzheimer's?
Yeah. The CNN thing was just a guy with Alzheimer's forgets he was married and fell back in love with his wife.
I remember that story as well. No, the story that I was thinking, the reason why I said I don't know if it's a true story or not is because it's just a picture of an old man with a caption.
Yeah. It's a funny story, but doesn't make much sense if you think about it, because unforgetting just doesn't make much logical sense to me, at least. Maybe if the brain had its own cloud storage and could just restore backups.
Hold on a second there, that sounds like you're advocating for Neuralink.
I forgot that existed. Do people actually use that?
I've stopped hearing stories about it back when the guy, like one of the test subjects that got a Neuralink, like it does work. However, one of them had complications via surgery.
That can just happen, yeah.
Yeah, what ended up happening is that his Neuralink was not it wasn't fit snugly enough, so it was slightly loose and an air bubble had formed in his skull.
Yeah, that can happen with basically anything. It's not good that it happened, but it's a risk with any surgery that inserts something into your body.
Yeah. And that was like the last story of Neuralink I ever heard. As far as Tesla stories go, basically, I remember hearing a news story about how this guy in a Tesla truck, he got rear-ended, but it wasn't that bad. All it really was is that his tail light got smashed and the area around it got dented because it was like a Nissan Altima that just rear-ended him.
Right.
Much like, to the Tesla's credit, and that's the only thing I'm going to say about it, the Nissan Altima looked fucked up compared to the Tesla, which is why this part of the story sounds so goddamn unbelievable, because when he sent it back, it'd be like for repairs, they're just like, so we're gonna have to replace the entire body of the Tesla and the truck bed as well as the lights, and since the lights got damaged, we're gonna have to replace all the electrical work in it and whatnot, and that'll be like, I can't remember, it was like either $7,000 or $17,000 worth of repairs.
Gee, it's almost like having to return to the manufacturer is a fucking con.
And I'm just like, at that point, it sounds like it would just been cheaper to buy a new car because it sounded like they were replacing everything except the fucking seats. Also, restarting the game seemed to unfuck the problem, so there we go. Thank you for your patience, everybody.
I wonder if it's a memory leak. Or just like a bit that keeps corrupting.
It probably is a bit that keeps corrupting as far as memory leaks go, because nothing, like my CPU and GPU don't max out at all. They're all like, GPU's at 28%, CPU's at 23%. And when the problem happened, there was no spikes whatsoever. But then again, would a memory leak even show up as a CPU spike?
It could show up as GPU or CPU or RAM, as
Okay.
far as I'm aware.
You okay there? It sounded like you were trying to do ASMR for a second.
There was something stuck on the back of my throat. Like I told you before the stream, I have had a day.
Oh right, hold on, I can stop that music. Since there's no music for Rimworld initializing or loading up, basically, until we get in the actual game is like fully loaded, I was literally just having Halloween chiptune play in the background.
It's a good song. I wish that there was a credit in the files for it.
Yeah.
Or just any way to find out who actually wrote it.
It was.
And I'm honestly surprised that no one's made a fuss about that yet. 'Cause
Well,
usually there's some sort of credit for a soundtrack.
yeah, and I'm just saying myself, it was probably the woman that's making the game herself, basically, that did it and whatnot, and I don't think she's gonna give out any information about herself after what happened.
Well, then she would use her pseudonym, which is Nemle, which she has done for other projects. It's just that this one she hasn't credited the music at all.
I don't know, maybe it's free use of music?
I think that's one of the theories that I've seen.
No, the only thing that pops up from Halloween chiptune is, well, often. I still have no idea why Belgium bought me that game.
If it wasn't him, it probably would have been me.
Why?
Because I would have found it funny.
I'm still like, the reason why I haven't gone around to it, because it's just like, I don't know whether to just do it myself. But then, like, it's just, there's no voice acting in the game, so literally I would just have to read out loud what all the characters say. And I'm thinking, how do I make this as painful as possible? Because it's just like, I don't want to just have the pain inflicted on myself. I must inflict my pain onto you as well.
Well, I know that you said before that you want to have all of us voice a different character.
Maybe. Yeah. That was one of the ideas that I had. Don't know which characters.
DS was saved from his fate by having Skål.
It's kind of like why we've been waiting, because it's just like, just sitting there going like, all right, the second you're out, it's over. I should ask you, who do you want to voice? Do you have a preference?
That's a good question. I don't know. I guess the cult leader.
Oh, you mean the guy that's just all the way in chapter 2?
Yeah. And who only has 3 lines.
Nah. See here. This is how I was gonna go. I'm the DM, therefore I'll voice all the NPCs. You and DS can voice the two main characters, thank you very much. You can fight which ones you voice.
No, what we have to do is get Belgium a mic, and since he bought you the game, he has to voice one of the main characters.
I'll be real with you, basically.
Yeah?
Okay, I've known Belgium for years. How many years? No idea. Years. Never heard his voice once.
I mean, the same thing is true with me and Dip from Ice's server, but apparently he has at least spoken.
I've heard Dip before, I think. But, if I'm thinking of the right person, but...
You are.
I'm just gonna say, I think if I heard Belgium all of a sudden start speaking, I might die of a fucking heart attack.
Fair enough. I remember when I first got a microphone for World of Warships, there were reactions.
Who gets a microphone for World of Warships? Is there even in-game voice chat in that?
So I was part of a clan for like just to get the passive benefits that it has.
Okay.
You get extra credits if you are in a clan just for being there.
All right.
And they're like, hey, you're being drafted now into competitive at some point whenever you get high tier.
There's competitive World of Warships?
I think at the time it was just starting, and those people thought that they were going to be the hot shit. So I was just like, fuck it, sure. I already have the benefits from y'all. I guess I'll get a like $7 microphone. That microphone lasted me from 2017 to 2023. And honestly felt a lot better to wear than this one. But the input on it died.
Damn.
Yeah. It was a really good mic, but things get old. And the fucking wiring was falling apart out of it.
Wonderful.
Yeah. The funny thing is, I'm pretty sure I got kicked out of that clan anyways because I didn't sell my soul to grind up to tier 10 fast enough for them.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Graduating high school, that's for fucking losers.
Wow, okay.
That's not actually what they were saying. But,
No, I was about to say, it's just like, well, aren't we brothers from another game then? Jesus fucking Christ. Let me tell you about MechWarrior Online. Oh, but you know, go on with your story.
What's the free-to-play grind like in MechWarrior?
Honest to God, there really isn't that much grind in MechWarrior Online. Most of the grind actually comes from the like season events or like monthly events now, because they've been pushing that out for a couple of years now. And more or less, that's just basically play the game, keep playing the game, get loot bags, open up the loot bags. like you have to play a match, do over this amount of like damage or something like that. So at least, you know, just like it's usually a very low amount. Just so you have to participate in an actual match. You can't just join a match and sit there.
Yeah.
And be AFK. But you get a loot bag for every amount of damage you do. You open up like 250 loot bags, and then it's just like you get a free mech out of it. Or like, you know, of your choosing, or otherwise like the monthly mech or the season mech. And whatnot. I know the summer, the summer one, which was for the entire summer, that was like a hero mech of your choosing, and I don't know why I grinded out for that, because it just like, by the end of it, I literally wanted to puke. Just literally, because I was just like, once I finally got the assault mech unlocked, which was like 1,000 loot bags and whatnot, I was just like, I'm sick of it. I'm sick of everything. I'm sick of the fucking missile spams, the goddamn, just the fucking sniper builds, basically, the fucking premium mechs. I'm sick of all of it.
The perfect way to get the free-to-play monkey off your back is to just play a free-to-play game. Or is to play a free-to-play game as free-to-play.
Yeah, but
I say this as someone who has gone back to World of Warships recently.
The problem is with the summer event as well, is I kind of realized I stopped playing after it, because it was just like, wait, hold on, all of a sudden we all got hero mechs. And hero mechs are otherwise useless trash or evil little bastards. There is a adder variant that I hate, that is a hero adder, that's called the Warthog, and I hate that little... I fucking hate that little shit.
Go on.
It is a clan light mech that has 12 ballistic slots, if I remember correctly, or it probably actually has more, but I've seen one that has 12 mag shots, and mag shots are basically machine gun-sized Gauss rifles. And
Gauss rifles are just, I'm assuming, autocannon-esque?
No, there are autocannons are like, there's like the AC2, 5, 10, and 20. Those are the autocannons. Gauss rifles are basically, it's like a Gauss rifle basically is you charge it up, you charge up the shot and release, and it just goes like as far as possible.
Oh, so like a little railgun.
Yeah, it's a railgun, yeah. And these mag shots, they were supposed to be Gauss rifles against elementals, or essentially little shits in like power suits and whatnot. It was supposed to be for like armored infantry, is what I'm getting at, and whatnot. But if you load up enough of these, basically, you could do some serious damage to mechs. And these adders are like super fast, going like well over like 100 kmh.
Jesus.
Yeah, for a light mech, it's fast as fuck, basically. So, what ended up happening is that you would, during the summer event, most of the people unlocked their light mech first, because that was only like 250 loot bags.
Right.
And so, I would get entire matches of just little shits running around and like warthogs. Basically, and it was just... It was just like little mechs you can't fucking hit because they're moving way too fucking fast, basically, and they would just go hide somewhere, and then the second you forgot about them, they would pop out, shoot you in the back. For most people, that's a death sentence, because most players in MechWarrior Online have no rear armor. They take all the rear armor off and put it in the front. I at least have some rear armor to survive like the first shot.
Yeah.
You know what? I can survive like an AC-20 to the back. I can't survive a second one, and the problem is with the mag shots is that it's a Gauss rifle machine gun. Fuck me.
You can survive the first one, but can you survive all 12 at once?
Yeah, I can survive the first salvo, but the second salvo is gonna fucking kill me.
Yeah. AKA the second Warthog right behind the first one.
Yeah. Oh god, I remember when the, like, one of the premium mechs that they released and whatnot, because, like, they started doing this thing where there were premium mechs you could only buy from their website. And they didn't show up in the in-game store. The first one of that one was the bull shark, and I swear to God, the bull shark. Oh God. When the bull shark first came out, everybody was running bull sharks in games that you couldn't get through a match without an entire lance of bull sharks. And the worst part about it is that people slap down $50 just to play in this mech, and I'm like, are you fucking serious? It was like $40, and then there was like $80 for both of them because there was a clanner version and then an Intersphere version. Oh, Bullshark had outrageous armor. I think it was like the most armored mech in the game. And then the Apache came out, and the Apache was a bastard as well, because it was just like... I swear to God, they could fly. Most mechs have jump jets that allow them to simply just, like, jump from one area to another. Or at least, like, jump up to a higher terrain or jump down to a lower terrain. And then, like, this thing... Yeah. This thing just had jump jets for days where it just, like, I could see it glide across the map. And I'm like, what the fuck? And not to mention, it had... I can't remember how many rotary cannons it had on it and whatnot, but... it had a quirk. The premium Apache had a quirk on it that essentially it just... the rotary cannons that it did have on it, because rotary cannons have a chance of jamming. The longer you fire them, the more likelihood of it's going to jam. And when it jams, you have to wait a long while for it to unjam. And these things just had a quirk where it's just like... no, they take like twice as long to fucking jam or something like that. I don't know, because I couldn't look at the mech in the... because like there was nothing in the in-game store I could look at. If I wanted to actually look at the stats of it, I would have to go and buy it. Fuck that.
Was there a wiki that you could have...
Probably.
Wikis really
No. This stuff has been happening in the past couple of years. I know MechWarrior Online's an old game, but this was happening in like the past couple of years. So there probably was a wiki of it, or somebody actually did release the stats of it. I just didn't bother going to the forums to go look at it. I already traded with these people, but yeah. Anyway, sorry, so that's the grinding, and then I start ranting about premium mechs. Sorry about that.
That's alright.
I remember just having like a nightmare scenario where it was just like, when the Apache first came out, the entire enemy team, it's a 12v12 game and whatnot.
Yeah.
And one of the enemy's lances, which is 4 people, was entirely, they were a team, and they were all in Apaches. And that lance soloed our entire team. And I'm just like, holy fucking shit. Why? Well, I mean, I know why. Because this is a mech that if you get a group of people with it in, can just destroy the enemy team by themselves. So obviously people are going to pay good money to play that. But MechWarrior Online is not worth that money. You know how many people on average we have a week? 500. It is our little Mayberry. So if you try being just a piece of shit, we all know who you are.
That's still thriving compared to Heliborn, though.
Okay, maybe, yeah.
God, I want to say 20 people a week? 20 unique, that is.
But yeah, no. There is this one piece of shit that I swear to God, if I ever see him again, I am just going to shoot him on sight. Not gonna name any names. But it's just like, there are some people out there that just like... Just kill this motherfucker. It will be, we will have a better chance of surviving if he's just dead. Actually, that goes for a lot of people in MechWarrior Online. Do you have the same problem in World of Warships where you'll have some guy that's just yelling at everybody to charge at the enemy, and then you see where he's at and he's just behind everyone else?
See, if I still play PvP, the answer would be yes.
Okay, you play co-op?
I play the operations mode mostly.
What's the
Which
operations mode?
It's like a scenario-based PvE mode.
Mm.
Like, there's one where you have to save a convoy that's been captured and then bring it to a different point on the map, for instance.
Gotcha.
Or storm into a harbor, destroy everything there, and then escape. That kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
The only problem with PvE in that, or in World of Warships, is that the economy for it is awful.
Yeah.
So, for instance, I have a bunch of ships at tier 7 that I'm grinding right now, and I'm stuck at 3 million credits. A tier 8 ship, let me find one, costs... A tier 8 battleship costs 8,900,025 or 8,925,000 credits, which I get about 30,000 per game. Net profit, that is, because battleship shell cost is through the roof.
Oh,
because they charge you by the bullet.
You have to pay for the shells? Jeez, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Luckily in MechWarrior Online, you don't actually have to pay for maintenance, repairs, or any ammunition.
Yeah, there's also a just like repair fee, like basically a fee for going in.
See, oh no, actually, Lee, I should have known that they pay. You have to pay for the ammunition in World of Warships because I played World of Tanks and you had to pay for the ammo and that shit.
Yeah, we don't have premium ammunition yet.
Yeah.
So there's that little nugget of good.
Well, there's HE and then there's AP. What other ammo type could they add in there that would be premium?
They've added SAP, which is mostly used on Italian ships, and actually, we were talking about competitive earlier. SAP actually ruined the entire 6th season, I think, of clan battles.
SAP is semi-armor piercing, right?
Yep, so semi-armor piercing has more damage than AP, but it has the penetration mechanics of HE, meaning it can't overpen, but it also almost never citadels anything, because it can only penetrate one layer of whatever at a time. But it'll chunk the hell out of you. And I think at the time SAP also ignored the diminishing returns that ships had. So this tier 10 Italian cruiser, Venezia, with, let me find it, 15 8-inch guns with a reload of about... Okay, at the time it was closer to 15 seconds, but now it's 20 seconds. Every 15 seconds you would lose around 18,000 HP. Keep in mind, ships that were allowed in clan battles at the time were mostly cruisers that had 60,000 at most. Stalingrad.
I know what they could add as a premium shell.
Don't say heat.
No, picric acid.
Someone's been playing Ultimate Admiral.
Okay, look, you could blame Tex for that one. Tex the Black Pants Legion, he does a whole bunch of series on Ultimate Admiral, but his favorite thing to do is he just loves burning ships down on the ground, so he just tries to get picric acid as fast as possible, and then he slaps as many guns as possible. Not even like big guns, just rapid fire small guns, so he could just burn the entire enemy ship down.
Yeah, there's a mild historical basis for doing that, but that kind of ended in at Tsushima.
Yeah.
Basically.
Mostly it's because picric acid is as much a danger to the ship carrying it as it is the ship, or, you know, that's being hit by it, because
Yeah.
you accidentally drop a shell of picric acid, and guess what? We all die now.
And then there's Lidite.
Oh, yes.
Which I forget who mostly used Lidite, but
Pretty sure it was the
that shit
British.
I think that, yeah, that would have been the one they used before Cordite. It's funny how the Brits chose all of the unstable stuff to use before deciding that, hey, maybe this TNT stuff is actually worth putting in the guns instead.
I mean, it just took him a battle at Jutland to realize that.
Oh no, they still used it after Jutland.
Oh, is that how the hood blew up in one shot?
No, that was a 4-inch locker and a whole bunch of other things just going wrong at the same time.
Because, like, I swear to God, like, the hood was like a repeat of Jutland, because, like, a German battleship hits the top turret of, like, one of the British battleships, and then just magazine detonation.
And it wasn't hitting the turret, it was hit underneath a 4-inch gun, I think, and then the shell penetrated the locker room where the ready-use ammunition was stored with fuses in it, so they could actually put it in the gun early. And then that exploded, then set off a bunch of 40mm ammunition, which spread the fires, and then all that goes down into the ship as well, and then spreads out.
So you mean to tell me the Bismarck actually, like, penetrate through the barbette of the hood?
Completely different area, if I'm remembering correctly.
Okay then.
Hold on, let me see if I can actually pull up the hood model.
Well, I said barbette because he said it was underneath the turret, and I'm just like, well, that's usually armored. That has like an armored barbette underneath the turret, so it's just like, goddamn.
Not the 4 inches.
Not the, oh, right, it's 5 inches and up that have the barbettes.
Well,
usually.
I don't think even the 5-inch guns would have had barbettes if they were secondaries. Can I preview this in-game? Yes. Yeah, so the 4-inch guns are just out on a little platform, and they do have what looks to be a shell hoist going down underneath them, which makes sense, so that you can just dumbwaiter the shells up.
Right, yeah.
But if I'm remembering where the shell came in from, there isn't a main gun barbette near there. I guess you could call what they have as the shell hoist a barbette, even though it doesn't look armored.
No, I wouldn't. I do know at the Battle of Jutland, though, there was a case of a German battleship firing on a British battleship. I can't remember the names of which. The shell hit the top of the turret. Sparks flew into the turret because of the explosion, because it cracked the top of the turret. There was like a part...
They had to flood the entire thing. I believe... I think it was George the VI was actually on that ship. There was some royal at the Battle of Jutland. I know that much. Let's see. George the VI. Military career and education. He was mentioned in dispatches for his actions as a turret officer aboard HMS Collingwood at the Battle of Jutland. Let's see. Collingwood. I don't recognize it off the top of my head.
Anyway, right. Before I forget this a second time, you said basically that you got booted out of that clan because you decided not to sell your soul to it and whatnot.
Yeah.
So, MechWarrior Online, there is mercenary units, which is basically our version of clans. We don't call them clans, though, because we have the clanners and whatnot, so it's confusing. So they're just called mercenary units, and, I was in a mercenary unit where it was just like they wanted to try to rapidly expand as possible because it costs in-game currency. Like every time you invite a new member, you have to pay a fee to bring somebody into the unit, and the price keeps getting more and more and more and more higher up. Not premium, but in-game currency that you just earn from, you know, doing battles or whatever. And so this mercenary unit basically had this thing of, it was just like pretty much it was like we got taxed outrageously, essentially. It's just like, hand over all your fucking money and put it in the mercenary unit's coffers and whatnot, because they wanted to rapidly expand as much as possible, bring as many people as possible, but I decided not to pay my taxes. I was doing tax evasion.
We love racketeering.
And whatnot, because it's just like the mech that I had, which was the Crab 27, basically. I was just like, you know, I really like this mech. I didn't choose it. It, you know, the crab chose me. But there was the King Crab, which is an assault mech, and it really doesn't have any relation to the crab at all, except namesake, really. Because they are two different philosophies. But I'm like, well, I got a crab. Obviously, the next step is King Crab, so I started saving up silver, which I'll just call it, basically, to buy an assault crab, a King Crab, and this was many, many years ago, basically, like a couple of years out of the game. I think MechWarrior Online's been out since 2013, I want to say. It's a very old game, so this was like years ago. Probably like a decade ago by now. Almost a decade ago. God damn, I'm fucking old. Anyway. But when I had gotten this King Crab, the fucking mercenary unit lost their shit. Because they were just like, what do you mean you fucking bought a King Crab? Instead of, you know, basically donating my credits, or silver, or whatever you want to call it, basically, to the mercenary unit's coffers.
You outed yourself as not paying taxes?
Yes, basically. It's just like, it's kind of like that thing of like, if I won the lottery, I wouldn't tell anybody, but there would be signs.
The sudden appearance of the Lamborghini in your yard.
Yeah. Anyway, they made me sell the fucking thing. And all the money that I got back from selling it, basically, they made me pay in the fucking coffers, and... Ugh.
Were there any benefits to being in the unit?
The reason why you want to be in a... No. There's really no fucking benefits whatsoever, except you're in a unit. Maybe there was back in the past, but not really anymore. Most people that are just in a unit, basically, are just there for the name tag, kind of only. There was, like, the reason why they wanted to get as many people in as possible, because there was something called faction play, and faction play is like, what was supposed to be the like, you know, bread and butter of MechWarrior Online, because it takes place during the clan invasion, where the clanners are invading the inner sphere of the galaxy. And so it was basically, you're supposed to have mercenary units, or like units of inner sphere, and then units of clanners fight over a galactic map. So it was supposed to be like Helldivers 2 before Helldivers 2, except PvP. This game mode failed spectacularly, though, and nobody fucking plays it. Nobody's ever has played it for goddamn years. though, simply because the way that the galactic battles were set up was it was a fucking MOBA. You had a base, they had a base, you had towers, they had towers, you had 3 lanes to choose from. And it was a goddamn MOBA. It was a shitty fucking MOBA.
That's really sad.
Because you had a drop deck, and the drop deck allows you to bring in 4 mechs. And it had a weight limit, so you couldn't bring 4 assaults with you. It's usually 1 assault, 1 heavy, and then like 2 mediums, or like a medium and a light, depending on how you worked your deck. But everybody just brought in their heaviest thing first and then worked down the roster. So you had limited lives in a MOBA.
That sounds like a way to make a sniping meta.
Oh, the sniping meta is just in the arcade mode. In quick matches, sniping meta. Basically, there is essentially, it's the main tactics in arcade mode or quick play mode is what we call hill humping or peekaboo. And that is basically either, whatchamacallit, you just go up a hill, go back down the hill, go up the hill, go back down the hill. Or basically pop around a corner, fire, go, you just basically just play peekaboo with each other. The meta, though, for Galactic, the Galactic faction, or the faction play maps, however, is that you're trying to blow up the other person's generator. So what ended up happening is the meta is actually get a whole bunch of light mechs, get as many jetpacks or jump jets on it as possible, jump over all their fortifications.
Just teleport behind them.
Yeah. And then blow up their generator as fast as possible.
Yeah, I can't say there's anything similar to that in World of Warships.
Mm.
But in the one season of clan battles that I was talking about earlier,
Yeah.
it was just bring 7 Venezias, or if you didn't have 7 Venezias, then just whatever that person had. Make up 7 people somehow, and make sure as many of them have Venezias as possible. Or Stalingrads, maybe. And then just throw shit at the wall. Although there were people at the higher echelons who made anything. Notably, there was one guy called Gaishu who, he had a group that played 7 French destroyers, which are the fastest ships in the game, and they would just... I don't even know how they did the shit that they did, to be honest. Mostly because I'm a terrible destroyer player. But they managed to just pull that off against basically anything they came across. I think they won that season as well, or got 2nd place.
The last time I played World of Warships, the German battleship line had just come out, and literally it was... What ended up happening is matches were literally just nothing but, like, the first German battleship is like a Nassau, I think it's called?
Yep.
It was just nothing but, like, Nassau's versus Nassau, so it was battleships versus battleships, and it was fucking beautiful.
Yeah. And that was when battle tanking was a viable strategy.
Battle tanking?
Bow.
Bow
B-O-W.
tanking. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, there's... A lot of it revolves around damage over time now, so fires or mitigating the need of armor or angling. Basically, DPM in various forms has proliferated so much that tanking in PvP is a lot more difficult than it used to be, which has led to a very passive experience.
Nobody plays War Thunder Naval. Yeah. I stopped playing War Thunder long before they added Naval into it, but... so I can't really say why it died. I have no idea why War Thunder Naval died. Well, I remember, like, okay, there was like huge controversies about War Thunder Naval as well, basically, because like originally a lot of people, because like they showed it off and people first noticed off, it was like, well, where are the battleships, like the battle cruisers, the the aircraft carriers, or that sort of thing. And Gaijin first said it's just like, we're not going to add that in
until it made them money.
Well, there's huge backlash for it, so they slowly but surely, I think they add in like battleships into the naval or whatever, but it was kind of like too little too late. Mostly as well, it's because I think it's just like most of the low tier is just like PT boats everywhere. I don't know. But yeah. Actually, oh right, basically, sorry, I'm jumping back and forth here, but going back to like MechWarrior Online, going about like idiots are more of a threat to their teammates than the enemy, is like one common problem that I saw, and I want to know if, like your battleships, you've ever seen battleships do this in World of Warships, but it's just like, you ever get that one motherfucking idiot that just all of a sudden strays away from the entire formation to charge at the enemy?
German battleship players.
Okay, listen here, motherfucker.
It's always in a Tirpitz as well. That's the worst part.
Isn't that also the premium one?
That was fun. So fun fact: the Tirpitz was actually, I think, the 5th premium they added to the game. But that aside, it was the first German ship they added to the game, and because it was a Bismarck class ship, you had people basically just had wereabouts going, oh hey, German ship, let me get, and they see torpedoes with a 6-kilometer range and they think, well, I have to use these, so let me just charge this Yamato. It's even worse now because there's a South American battleship line with secondary batteries that are 234 millimeters in size, which is 9.2 inch. It's a gun that the British had in pre-World War I. Don't know why Wargaming decided to revive it, but whatever. Those battleships also have a little thing where they can buff their secondaries' accuracy and range by 30% or something dumb.
Yeah.
By getting secondary hits, they can charge that up. So it's a never-ending cycle, and the elite, or the tier 10 of that line, is called the Libertad, and players who spawn in that ship and just charge in immediately at the start of the game and die within 5 minutes are called Libertards.
Oh, fair enough, fair enough.
And fun fact, they're in PvE as well as PvP.
But yeah, no, I've seen plenty of times in MechWarrior Online, because like the assault mechs are basically our version of battleships, and they form like the spine of our formation. The assault lance has to stick together because they are our main hitters and whatnot, and they're there to protect us from the enemy assault lance. And we're basically there to protect, well, the assaults. Castle's door now? Yes. We've had this castle door here for a while now.
Yeah. The spine of a team in World of Warships is either the carrier or the destroyers, because in that game it's more about detectability, range, and concealment,
right,
that, rather than just straight armor or anything.
Right.
And it's more based around positioning and pretty much ambushes nowadays. Unless you have someone who actually knows how to push and do all that stuff. Which, I am not that person. So I don't play PvP.
Knife here spotted, yes. Okay, that was a bit dangerous because it just like, oh shit, we got fires in the farm. They're trying to burn the farm down. It's basically we got raided by a group of people and they're just like the only one really here is like DS and it's just like, well, shit. Okay. And they started running away because we defended the door. And the only problem is they set fire to our cross before we left, and it's just like, you bastards.
And the beehives.
And the bees. They set fire to the bees. But yeah, no, so assaults are basically our spine of our formation in MechWarrior Online, and they have to stick together, because if they just wander off, basically, or if they split up, they're going to get picked off, because usually what ends up happening is, like, light mechs are, like, our destroyers and whatnot, and a battleship cannot defend itself from a destroyer, or an assault, like, a light mech could just run laps around an assault mech.
Right.
And so if an assault mech gets caught by itself, it's pretty much a goner.
As it should be. Well, in terms of game design, an unescorted heavy should have a counter of some variety.
Yeah.
Whether that's another heavy or... Like, if you want to go with a mirror matching game, then it will be another heavy, or if you wanted to go for rock, paper, scissors, then it will be a light.
Yeah, why does the slave have a blunderbuss? Desperate times call for desperate measures.
Yeah, I've heard that logic before.
No, really? Where?
There was an 1864 proposal in the CSS. Or... CSS.
I see.
They wanted to arm the slaves, because surely the slaves would fight for the slavers.
Then you had the 1st Louisiana Guard, right?
I don't know, and I don't know quite that much about the Civil War.
I don't know shit. Don't look at me. I mostly, like, okay, I'll be honest with you, I kind of avoid anything, or like, you know, like history buff-wise about the American Civil War, because
those were freedmen. Those were free. They weren't slaves.
Gotcha.
New Orleans was a special case.
But I usually stay away from, like, talking about the Civil War with people, because, like, most people that talk about the Civil War, I kind of quickly realize, like, you don't actually want to talk about the Civil War, you just want to root for Americans killing Americans because you hate Americans, even though you are American.
I just steered away from it because it's not an area of history that I've got much to think about with, I guess. I don't know how to explain it.
No, you're from the Carolinas. It's a touchy subject for you, I know.
Not really. It would be touchy if I was from Georgia. Besides, North Carolina didn't want to join a side. It's just that everyone around us joined a side.
Maryland remained neutral. Well,
we don't border Maryland, we border Virginia. The one that has Richmond.
Yeah, I was about to say, and sadly, Lee, you weren't north of Richmond.
Yeah. Well, South Carolina kind of started the whole thing, so they definitely didn't stay Union. Tennessee, I don't remember when they joined. In Georgia, well, we know what happened there. But as far as the discourse about the actual war itself, everyone that I've talked to pretty much says, yeah, it was about slavery. And, you know, it's probably for the best that the slavers lost. You know, like any reasonable person would think. It's just it's a shame about the way that they had to do it.
My whole outlook of the American Civil War is this was a tragedy that should have never fucking happened.
Yeah, it's a tragedy caused by people who came before kicking the can down the road.
Yeah. I don't really think there was a good side or a bad side in the Civil War, because it was just like, this should never have happened. We should never have picked up arms against each other. It just ended this way. My record of the Civil War is messed up because I watched a guy do an RTS Let's Play. What the fuck?
Was it Ultimate General Civil War? Hold on, I actually have that game. When was the last time I played it? 2021. But yeah, that would,
Grand Tactician.
Another thing is, by the time we actually get taught about the Civil War, at least at the schools that I went to, you have had around 80-something days drilled into you of, hi, so this is what your ancestors did at this time, probably, said someone. As in, you know, they will drill it into your head constantly about slavery, and it's just, we get it. At this point, just we get it. Can we talk about the actual thing you want that is on the board? And then in my 12th grade year, we skimped out on a lot of detail in World War II. We had around 30 minutes of the Korean War, and then we had
Damn, you talk about the Korean War?
Yeah, and then we had close to 30 days of civil rights movement. Less than a week of World War II, by the way. It was very frustrating for me, because I had spent the entire year up to that point thinking, man, I can't wait to actually, you know, maybe learn about World War II. No. You get the bare minimum home front experience.
Or Reconstruction. I guarantee you that Reconstruction is only talked about in the southern states, because I had no idea what the fuck Reconstruction was. Like, nobody taught me about the, the Reconstruction of the South.
Reconstruction was a decent learning experience, to be honest. It was the introduction for 12th year. Or was it? It was either the introduction for 12th year or the very end of 11th year. But either way, it was one of those things where you were either winding down or spinning up the class, so the teacher had some reason to make it interesting, vaguely. It was the end of 11th year, because the introduction to 12th year was political machines, which sadly did not include Huey Long.
Your obsession.
It's the first, we talked about the first generation of political machines, so Taft and that bunch.
Excuse me. Yeah. Yeah, I really can't remember much about history, especially like in high school or whatever, because it just like we really skimmed through fucking shit. It wasn't even fucking funny.
Yeah.
I remember like when we got around to World War II history and whatnot, I tried to put the brakes on that as much as possible because it just like I was already like well into high school, like I had just grown up like with like World War II or just being, you know, wanting to learn about World War II and whatnot. I did just blame on growing up on Band of Brothers, Saving Private Ryan, that sort of shit and whatnot. So I already knew a lot, quote unquote. I knew more than my teacher about World War II and whatnot, and I tried putting the brakes on that basically, like to the point where it was just like.
Yeah, I did the same more than a few times, or tried to. Oh man, that just reminded me of French 5.
Alright, go on.
So, my last year of French, was 5th level. So basically, I took French 1 throughout all 3 years in middle school, because it was split up into 3 different semesters.
Mm-hmm.
And then I took French, 2, 3, 4, 5, all throughout high school. French 5, I was in a class of 2.
Wow.
And so my French teacher, really nice person, she actually personalized the lesson plans for what me and the other guy like to talk about.
Yeah.
So we actually had a really interesting time. The problem was, when we got to World War II,
Yeah.
I got a very interesting letter in the mail that said I had jury duty.
Oh.
So I had to miss the history section of the World War II unit for jury duty, for going to jury duty, telling them, hey, I need to be in my high school French class now, and then getting told to fuck off.
How does a high schooler get jury duty? What the fuck?
They don't look at if you're a high schooler, they look at your age. So if you're an 18-year-old senior,
Mm-hmm.
which most people are as far as I'm aware, it's a very short window, but it can happen, and for some reason it did to me. So yeah, I missed that. French 4 is a history starting from pre-Neolithic to just before Napoleon.
Selective service for IDs leads to jury duty. Well, here's the thing is, like, I remember I got summoned to jury duty and whatnot. I got out of it, thank God.
Just say that you're going to say guilty no matter what. That's how you get out of it.
Let me tell you, basically, when they ask you, do you have any prejudices, you just list out every fucking thing that comes to mind. I'm joking.
Pulls up phone list of naughty words.
No,
but honest, it goes so French 4 went from cave paintings to the end of the Napoleonic Wars, I think, or beginning. We talked about them in both.
Oh, I completely forgot we had the Viking oil rig.
Oh.
The Viking, sorry, I just like, shipment, 500 chem fuel, and I'm like, what? And I'm like, oh, right, we set up an oil rig in the desert.
The Viking Industrial Revolution.
Yeah, so, whatchamacallit, up to the Napoleonic War.
Yeah, and then it picks up with... I forget exactly where it picked up, but I'm going to assume it's with his exile, and up to Cold War.
I missed the Rimworld stream, it's over. Hi there, Toxicity.
Yeah.
you're 3 hours late. Bring me up to speed?
There was a big raid.
There was a big raid. We nearly died. I had to recycle a lot of skeletons for that one. I've been desperately trying to raid farms around my area. The big plan was go up here, beat the shit out of these people. Then a big giant raid happened, beat the shit out of me and whatnot. We've been trying to recover ever since. People keep eating the goddamn human meat instead of the, you know, actual meat that they're supposed to be eating, or the berries. So it's just like I've been trying to just get as many, like raid as many farms as I can to get as much food so these people stop eating the goddamn human meat meant for the fucking warg. I still have one hand left. All my fingers on my left hand are gone. My right hand's perfectly fine. For context,
Sorry.
I'm talking about this. My character. We had one person die, insignificant person die due to infection, that's about it. Do they eat human meat if it's not in their food policy? I mean, I haven't edited that out of their food policy, which I probably should have, but it's more funnier just to complain about them eating human meat. Other than that, we've talked about, mostly we just talked about a whole bunch of shit. Mech Warrior Online, World of Warships, history classes, teachers.
That was pretty much it, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I also noticed that you've nearly finished building the monument that they had you start last stream.
Oh, and funny enough, basically, we actually ran out of time to build it. Because, like, the second we were about to reach completion, and then it's just like, oh, you took too long, bye. And I'm like, fuck. That's mostly because I've been busy raiding things and whatnot, and there was a raid here. While we were, basically, there was, like, a bounty we were collecting down here, and, like, DS was, like, the only person here, and he was holding off this door with, the machete and whatnot, which is one of the indentured servants we have here, basically at this door. Nearly died. They set fire to the farm, so I'm going to have to go raid more people for more food. Don't want any more, even if it's almost finished. Yeah.
La prochaine fois, choisissez un meilleur pays à découvrir.
I'm not even going to try to pronounce that. God damn it. I had a mosquito that just bit me on my goddamn hand.
Have you ever had a mosquito bite inside of a mosquito bite?
I woke up basically to a mosquito bite that just went like a machine gun on me, because like I saw my hand and it was just like 5 dots all touching each other where the mosquito got me when I was sleeping, and I'm like, motherfucker. When I find you, I'll rip your wings off. But yeah, as far as DS holding this door here or whatnot, I would say the invisibility spell helped out, as well as pain block. But yeah, most lately just shooting the shit with Ace. Ice was here earlier, and then he started dying of tuberculosis again.
It is a Sunday night.
Oh right, basically we all got muskets now, so it's everybody's problem.
So was there ever a time in European history where guns were around, but not yet as refined as bows were?
That's usually what we call the pike and shot era. Yeah. It was basically right around where, like, arquebuses were a thing and whatnot, and then guns were not very reliable, but they were starting to be seen and whatnot. It's just more of a ways of, it's easier to learn than a bow and a crossbow. But there was like a point where bows were... It kind of depends. Kind of depends, but it was like the pike and shot era is usually that, where it's just like usually you had a guy with a gun, a handgun, or like an arquebus. One shot, basically, and then it was just pretty much pikemen after that.
Right, because I know that, in naval terms, it was like that for a very long time. With, you know, cannons and then boarding actions, because what you would do is you would go alongside each other, blast each other to Kingdom Come, and then board each other, and whoever had taken the most casualties before was at a severe disadvantage.
Yeah.
That mostly started changing when, I think around the time of the Spanish Armada, because Spain held on to that, you know, one-shot doctrine, but the British were thinking, hey, we can just reload the guns and stay away from those people and just not deal with boarding.
Yeah.
And so they just sank the men at sea instead of dealing with them on their own ship. And that was part of the reason why the Spanish Armada failed. Aside from several other factors which I'm not that much aware of. The context for me knowing this is Naval Science 2 and ROTC, which was the history portion. And that example was used to teach us about naval artillery and its origins.
Oh.
It's funny though, because we basically went, so the Romans liked to board the enemies after ramming them,
Yeah.
to the Spanish Armada, then to basically, you know, Napoleon, World War I, etc. And it's like, as far as that lesson plan was concerned, there was barely any innovation in between. But if you looked even a centimeter deeper, then yeah, you'd find a whole lot.
You skipped Naval Science 2 in high school? Where the fuck was my Naval Science in high school?
Did you have a naval ROTC?
No. We were a high school for retards.
So you mean your school didn't have a room full of guns?
Fuck no!
For the record, only 3 of them were real guns.
Not you kidding me? Basically, we had like we had a film elective and whatnot. We had something called, you know, the film lab, quote unquote, and we did have prop guns. They were just like spring airsoft guns or whatever. They're just meant for prop. Most of them were actually like half of them were even like Nerf guns. Because I remember like the year before I had gotten there, they had filmed like a Nerf war movie.
Oh, my physics teacher, he had tenure at the high school, so he got away with a lot of stuff that a lot of other teachers wouldn't have.
Right.
And one of those was a multiple year-long Nerf war with another teacher. Where they will both randomly just open the door, pop each other with a Nerf dart.
That's amazing.
And then leave.
Also, ours did. They were so kids could disassemble and reassemble them quickly. Yeah, I've seen those videos from. I've seen those Russian videos. Speaking of which, I have to show a Russian prank, because this video is like so old. It was like from like back in the beginnings of YouTube's, but it's just like there's a video of this Russian prank in high school I have to show. Whatnot before I end the stream. It's funny as shit to me. Probably not gonna be funny as shit to anybody else, but still.
Oh god.
What?
So about the room full of guns thing.
Yeah. You're ending stream already? No, I did not say that.
So the ROTC had guns kept in 2 locations. The air rifle team guns were kept in the same place as the school's server room, which was also a janitorial closet.
Of course.
And then right in the ROTC classes, there was a little section of that space cut out for the drill rifles and the 21 gun salute guns, which were only ever used by people who would go out as part of a 21 gun salute if the local National Guard wasn't available for whatever reason, or just for competition purposes.
Gotcha.
And one day,
Monday,
in my senior year, a gun went missing.
Oh no.
And because I was the only... So, my senior year, I had a lot more privileges than some other students, because I had early college, and I got to my high school, and I didn't have to have a first or second period because I had the college classes early.
Yeah.
So I had a lot of free time throughout my high school senior year. And a lot of that will be doing errands for the ROTC teachers, because that's where I basically had my little office to camp out in while waiting for third period to begin.
Gotcha.
And when that gun went missing, the senior naval science instructor pulled me into the class and said, "Hey, don't tell anyone, or don't say it like this at least, but there's a missing gun in the school." There's an air team rifle unaccounted for.
Joy.
And you are going to be the one to go over to this secluded corner of the school in an overheated room and count every single one of them and document them. So I had to go to the server room, which didn't have any ventilation.
Oh, what the fuck? Who has a server room that doesn't have ventilation, or at least like air conditioning in there? What the fuck?
The ventilation was keeping the door open, which is about to become very important. So I was there in that room, sitting with a bunch of open cases that had, gun-shaped objects in plain view, and the eventually I think first period releases, and of course that room is just visible enough from the hallway to where people can see me alone in this room fiddling with a bunch of guns in a high school. I got a lot of weird looks, and the assistant principal did actually come by just to see what the hell was going on, and I basically just said, it's not
what it looks like.
Kinda. Just ask the SNSI because I am supposed to be here. And so yeah, that got sorted out pretty quickly. Pretty sure one student actually sort of walked to the doorway, poked his head in and said, "Am I okay? Am I safe?"
He just wanted to make sure. He didn't want to end up a statistic that day.
Well, considering other events that had happened in that week, that would have been topical. Sadly.
I can't remember what
not that week, but a couple of weeks before. Sorry.
It's all right. It's just I can't remember which one it was. You could already figure out what I'm talking about without actually saying it or whatever, but they're like, I remember with like film lab and prop guns and most of them being Nerf guns or whatever, but it's just like the year I came in and I was just like, yeah, you know what, film elective, let's do that for like a semester. And then it was just like, oh yeah, by the way, so all this shit, all the props, yeah, we gotta destroy them. Why?
We have to destroy them. These are like the BF-109s in Berlin. You have to fire all the ammo into the air and then burn them.
Pretty much. Should have slowly turned towards him and shaking your head. Because he's referring to you.
Yeah, probably. See, if I would have done that, pretty sure I would have had the cops called. Because I wasn't really someone that people paid attention to. I was, unironically, a very quiet person. So if I had done that, that really wouldn't have looked good. And also by that point, I was very much out of it because near heat stroke. Because it was beginning of the summer or near the end of spring in a very much not air-conditioned room full of computer servers that I never turned off.
But yeah, it was like the situation with the whole props or whatever. It was like, we gotta destroy these now, and it's just like, why? And it's just like to ensure that, you know, you can't hurt anybody with them, and it's just like, motherfucker, it's a Nerf gun.
Oh, also, what had happened was someone just wrote down the wrong number for their air rifle when they returned it.
You gotta be kidding me.
No. I've quadruple checked every rifle.
Uh-huh.
And I made sure every single one of them was there. And I actually called the front desk and asked them to patch me through to ROTC so I didn't have to go back, because it was all the way across school. And I just said, hey, everything's here. Someone just wrote down the wrong number. Do you want me to quintuple check? And they just said, no, get on over here. It's already halfway through second period. So you can just come over back to your office and work on your college homework. And that was what I did.
Nice. Oh yeah, stolen shit. Film Lab actually pops up for stolen shit as well, basically, because our film teacher, who was also our English teacher, or just like homeroom, well, I mean, whatever. Speaking about teachers taking multiple jobs, anyway, and whatnot, our film teacher basically had an obsession with Apple. Just like Apple products or whatever, basically. So instead of like actual like film cameras or whatever, we had swapped over to what
Don't
was
say
it?
she made you use iPhones.
He, for starters, and yes,
Oh no.
and whatnot. And the problem is that once we had gotten these new iPhones, or they're iPads, I think it's iPhones or iPad. Yeah. Anyway, apple pie, apple cobbler, caramel apples. I wish that was what it was. Man, we were supposed to have a cooking class that failed after the first attempt, and it was scrapped.
My middle school had a home ec class that was supposed to teach us how to cook. All they taught us to cook was cookies. We can't live off of cookies.
DS would say otherwise. But whatchamacalls it, and the problem is that, yeah, it says, somebody swiped. Oh dear lord, somebody swiped the iPhones or whatever, the iPads, I can't remember what they were. Needless to say, we found out who it was and whatnot, and it was such a bitch and a fucking half, because what ended up happening is that what ended up happening is that the girl that took them basically had stolen them, taken it back to her house. Her parents had discovered the iPhones just laying about because she didn't bother hiding them for whatever reason, and they all had the IDs that they belonged to I was about to say the high school. They belonged to the high school. That would have been bad. They had all belonged to the high school because, like, laser engraving was a thing, or like engraving was a thing you get with iPhones. But you could still get them or whatnot, but essentially they had engraving on the back of them and whatnot that they belonged to the high school and whatnot, so they had called the high school and gone in touch with the film elective teacher, and it was just like, yeah, those were stolen. Basically, they returned them, but the problem is that she had changed the passwords on all of them. Because literally, the passwords on them was just like 11111111.
Yeah.
Just for easy access, because they were meant to be stored in the film lab, basically, with the rest of the, like, where the rest of the equipment was supposed to go.
Yeah, the security was more meant for means outside of the phones themselves, as opposed to the password.
Yeah. And I can't remember on how many days it took, basically, just to, you know, until it was just like, look. I think our film teacher, basically, he had the patience of a saint, because I think it took a week before he was just like, all right, that's it. Tell us the fucking passwords right now, or otherwise you're going to have to pay for all this shit.
I imagine they piped up really quickly.
The student in question? No. But when the film teacher basically had gone in touch with her parents again, they were just like, put her on the phone. And I don't know what was said. All I know is there was a lot of screaming coming through that fucking phone. And then she finally gave her the passwords or whatever.
All I'm gonna say is theater kids.
Oh no, that was where that was drama elective. That's what we called them over there, and we did not fucking associate with them at all. Despite the fact that we were in film, we did not talk to any of the drama kids.
I just remember that there was some sort of weird cliquishness with the between band and I don't remember if we had a drama class or a film class or both.
Okay, if you're
some combination.
If your band class or music elective, as we called it, basically was, you know, fraternizing with the drama kids, shame on them.
No, they were cliquish against each other.
Oh, okay, in that case, yes, because I flip-flop back and forth between film and music elective and whatnot. It basically means I hated drama class on both sides of the spectrum.
There was also, for some reason, this one-sided sort of antagonism towards the ROTC band, despite the fact that around half of the ROTC band was also in the regular band.
That's really weird. But then again, it was like, there was no ROTC where I was at, basically, so it was just like, I can't give my own experiences about that.
It wasn't that interesting, because, Mondays and Fridays were current event and, academic, days. Tuesday and Thursday were PT, and then Wednesday was uniform inspection and academics. And the current event stuff was almost entirely NS4 and NS1. If you were in NS5, then Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday were all drill days. Or no. Tuesday and Thursday were still PT, but you would do, and Wednesday you would do drill and uniform. NS2 slightly more focused on academics, but not really. And then NS3 again slightly more focused on academics, but you could do all the tests without ever opening the book. Because the slides that they gave you told you everything exactly that was on the test.
Gotcha. Our school had a cooking class, but it was for girls only and was a counterpart to our labor class where the guys mostly did random shit out of wood or helping rake leaves and shit. Ah yes, the unpaid labor, as in unpaid labor.
We had a carpentry class and a shop class, as in, you know, mechanic shop.
I wish we had, like, you know, actual cool shit like that, but the problem is we were not allowed, like, trusted with power tools or, like, tools of any kind whatsoever.
So the only reason that we had that class was because the teacher who taught it was, I believe, a coach, and he just had a lot of scrap metal lying around, or a lot of old machines that were lying around, and they wanted an excuse to keep him on as a coach when they passed a law saying, hey, all coaches needed to teach to save on personnel costs.
Got ya.
Which most of the time led to a bunch of history teachers getting fired and replaced by coaches. And I know that was the case for my 10th grade teacher, who didn't realize that California bordered Mexico.
What?
He was the civics and geography teacher.
Okay,
The guy who was supposed to teach us about living as an American didn't know that California bordered another country.
okay. Geography, you said?
That was a part of it, although it was severely neglected, as if that wasn't obvious.
Yeah, I mean, I was about to say, because it was just like, look, I know the Mexican-American War was a long time ago, but we've been to war with Mexico, so therefore we should know about that country's geography.
At the time, the Veracruz expedition had only been 99 years previous.
But it was just like, as the joke goes, God created war so Americans could learn geography.
Apparently not all of them.
Yeah. But then again, it reminds me, there was a funny video a long time ago where it was just like some guy went to Walmart with a map of the United States, and they went up to random people, and I'm sure they only, like, because they went up to 50 people, and I'm sure they cut out the people that actually knew better, but the 50 people were like, they went up to them, like, point to Afghanistan. Where's Afghanistan on the map?
How many of them pointed to Africa?
It was a map of the United States.
Oh.
There was
that's just gaslighting.
Yeah, there was only 50, like, it was like the only options were the 50 states. Well, actually 48, minus Hawaii and Alaska, because they weren't there.
Bruh.
And whatnot. And it was just like 50 people were just like, it's right there.
See, I would have pointed to West Virginia specifically.
Why?
And just said, hey, turn this little bit slightly, like 90 degrees, and then you basically have the exact shape of Afghanistan. Have you seen West Virginia overlaid with Afghanistan?
No, I haven't.
It is uncanny.
I don't know what country you're from, but we've probably been at war with you. It might actually work better with Britain than America, but yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus
or
Christ.
anyone who's been at war with Britain.
Which has basically been everybody.
Yeah. Well, specifically at war with Britain during the 20th century. Before decolonization.
Yeah.
Because Dominion troops and all that.
But yeah. I'm trying to think of what other stories about high school I could share. And whatnot. Music elective was music elective, film elective. I was, as much as I would like to, because like the problem is that it was just like, oh god, it just kept getting worse and worse. Because like first it was just like, because like when I joined music elective, because like, oh, you did like this whole thing where you had like a Nerf war. That sounds kind of cool. Let's go with that. And it's just like, no, we have to get rid of our props because, you know, you kill people with them. And I'm just like, it's a fucking Nerf gun. And then after,
you see, if you shove all of them down someone's throat at the same time and then hold their mouth closed, they could choke.
Clearly.
Because they would just let you do that.
Yeah. But and then it got worse than after that because it was just like, okay, we can't go anywhere to film and whatnot because it's too much of a liability to have students like outside the school. Or whatever, and then it just became, it was like, oh, it's too much of a liability for students to film at the school, and I'm just like, just fucking tell us you don't want a film class, you dipshits! And whatnot. Then music elective it was just...
So the thing about the music class at my high school was, if you took it, you had to join band. So it wasn't really a music class, it was just a band class.
Mm-hmm.
Where they had meetings in and outside of school hours.
Oh, wonderful.
Because that doesn't sound like hell.
Okay, anyway, that cooking class was permanently replaced by a sewing class. Was supposed to be 50-50 because the room it was assigned to had a fucking sewing pipes. Sorry. Was supposed to be 50-50 because the room it was assigned to had fucking sewage pipes running in the back.
Oh no. I don't think we ever had a class that was like segregated based on, you know, what sex you were.
Mm-hmm.
But I know that there was a nursing class that basically no guys ever signed up for, and the shop class basically no girls ever signed up for. Although, interestingly enough, the I think the daughter of that teacher may have signed up for it, but I remember that their father, I think, had them taken out because, like, clash of interest type things.
I probably feel like, because it's just like, you keep saying band, I keep saying, like, you know, music and whatnot. Luckily enough, we didn't have our little music, you know, class or whatever, basically wasn't as big enough to be a band, thank God. Thank God I didn't need to do that shit. But we were small enough, basically, that it was just like at the end of the year, or the end of the semester, not the end of the year, end of semester and whatnot, we did have like this little, like a music night where we would basically get into the auditorium and whatnot and put on a, lack of a better term, concert. I would more or less call it a circus, but that was reserved for drama.
Oh, that reminds me. So, did you ever have, like, concerts, like you said, for lack of a better word, that you were forced to do during elementary school?
Yes, I all of a sudden would always show up, like, I would do it, it'd be like, oh no, I'm sick.
Yeah,
but,
so, for some reason, when I was in 5th grade, the new music teacher absolutely hated me because I'm fucking tone deaf and I can't sing for the life of me. And she's just like, how are you this out of sync with everyone else? And it's like, I don't know what you think is wrong with me, but whatever.
I was very monotone back in the past. Sorry, go on.
And she went off at me in the middle of class, and she's like, if you don't get your shit together for this concert or for this outing, whatever the fuck, you're not going to walk at 5th grade. And I'm like,
what the fuck does that even mean?
She threatened to have me held back at 5th grade over music. And I was getting an A in every other class.
You gotta be fucking kidding me. She's out here like she's trying to put a play on Broadway. Oh. Screaming at
Honestly, if I was in high school and a music teacher threatened me like that, I probably would have gone to juvie or actual prison for what I did to them, but yeah, that's just fucking retardation incarnate.
Oh, Jesus Christ. The fuck? I remember jumping out of the chair and hitting my head. What the fuck?
How low was the ceiling in your classroom? Or did you, like, fall after jumping?
That reminds me of... I can't remember on how we got on the subject or whatever, basically. But it was like... I remember our high school was multi-floored and whatnot, and the class below us kept complaining that we were making too much noise above and whatnot. Even though we like, to us, we didn't make any noise whatsoever. We walked everywhere, nobody was running, nobody was jumping, nothing like that. But I remember making a joke going like, you know what happens if we all just like stand together like a huddle formation and just jumped all at once?
Oh, that's gonna get a phone call real quick.
Like, our assistant teacher was just like, oh yeah, it'll be great. And when you basically like come crashing through the ceiling and, you know, get hung by the electrical wires, basically, it'll be great. You'll traumatize the kids down there.
Was your school built in the 1800s?
Buddy, I would not trust the fucking water there. I tasted rust in the goddamn water fountains, but yes.
You too?
Yeah. It was like, our school was built before the 1950s, and I'm pretty sure, I'm pretty sure they never, changed out the pipes.
There was one day where the good water fountain...
The good water fountain, oh fuck!
We had water fountains, and then we had the water fountain. One day, the good water fountain had this, like, slightly off-colored water coming out of it.
Oh no.
Everyone kept drinking it anyways, because it was the only water fountain that had cold water. And it's just like, ah yes, I'm going to drink the flowing version of standing water.
Damn.
Because that's basically what it looked like.
We had a vending machine with Diet Dr. Pepper. Issue being, I don't...
We had vending machines, but no one ever used them because no one trusted them to actually work. And besides, if you wanted to get something in the annex, for instance, you would just hop over to the ROTC class, hand me $1, and then say what you wanted, and I would get it for you. Because I was the one who ran it. The ROTC store, that is. I actually had, so for my junior year, I didn't actually tell my parents this, but, I didn't eat in the cafeteria at all.
Mm-hmm.
And I just went to the ROTC class every day. And, you know, when people started taking cash out of the cash box,
Yeah.
I put my lunch money into the box to cover it, so that they wouldn't close down the ROTC store.
Mm.
And so I wouldn't have to go to the cafeteria.
Goddamn.
I'd say it was worth it because, I mean, I only ever put $5 at a time in there. And, you know, by the time it was senior year, I told them, and they just gave me $2 every day to get a Pop-Tart and then a bottle of water.
Ah, yes, a Pop-Tart, real nourishment.
Look, it was cheaper than buying the $5 ramen.
Oh, Jesus.
Because yes, we sold ramen at high school. We were preparing for college, don't you know?
Okay, so we had an economics class, quote unquote. It was consumer math. That's what it was. It wasn't economics. Like, government economics is a different class, but we had consumer math and whatnot. And our teacher decided that instead of actually teaching us about consumer math, he was just going to set up a store, like a shop.
Yeah.
And whatnot. So we had completely transformed the room into like a little storage area where we kept a whole bunch of like stupid snacks and drinks and whatnot. And then for consumer math, we would just go around the school pushing a fucking cart like a goddamn Pasha the Peddler. And whatnot, basically going to kids basically like, yo, you want to buy a cup of ramen?
How much of a markup did you put on it?
It depends who was buying it. If I didn't, if I knew them, don't worry, there was no markup. I would just mark it. It's like, okay, next person, mark that shit up, cover the expense of the previous guy. I think I literally did that once, basically, because somebody was just like, yo, I really want this. I'm just like, it'd be this much. And he's like, I don't have that money. I'm just like, here, take it.
Okay, I'm not sure if you're going to believe me when I say it, or...
Uh-huh.
I'm not going to be sure if you're going to believe in reality after I say this.
Okay, go on.
Did your middle school ever have a Jolly Rancher cartel?
No. All my middle school was known for was kids getting stabbed. But go on.
It's exactly what it sounds like. There was a fucking cartel. Well, actually, there was two of them. Of kids selling Jolly Ranchers to each other.
Alright, hold on one second. Consumer math be like, what is 1 + 1? Not enough. Like, I don't even understand why consumer math was a thing up until basically one of the students I got stuck with pushing the damn cart. She had never seen money in her life. And I'm just like, you fucking serious? Because it was just like, somebody had handed her like a $5 bill and whatnot. She was supposed to give change back. And for some reason, like, God, it fucking gives me an aneurysm just even remembering it and whatnot.
Did she not know how to break a 5?
She did not know on how to break money. She didn't know on how to count money to begin with.
I knew how to break money when I was 4. I worked at the concession stand for one of my sister's lacrosse games.
Yeah.
And
Lacrosse?
that's where I learned how to... Yeah, lacrosse.
Who the fuck has lacrosse?
Actually, wait, no. She wasn't doing... That was, I'm sorry, my high school had the lacrosse team. Her high school did softball. Mostly.
Oh god, you just...
actually,
oh god! You just gave me
fact.
fucking flashbacks.
The ROTC teacher, the main one, not the SNSI, but the NSI,
Okay.
he was the lacrosse coach. Just as a fun little trivia fact that probably just docks me. But,
Well, if I like, okay, how many high schools have lacrosse in America? I'm probably gonna pull up like a list of like two high schools.
Nah, it's more than that. I know that much. Because I know just enough to recognize those weird net things.
Yeah.
Nets on the end of sticks, not the kind that you catch a butterfly with. But, yeah, what were you about to say?
Oh, you mean about the flashbacks?
Yeah.
Oh god, okay, so, my school, we had like a rotation of sports that we did basically, but softball was one of them. Because, you know, normal-ass baseball was too extreme for us. But, oh... Softball was like one of the only good ones we were good at, basically. Because we were good at other ones, but the problem is that literally all the kids that were good at sports had graduated way before me. Or just before me. And, basically all we were left with was... like, scraping bottom of the barrel at that point. It sucked. It sucked! Because, we had went from, basically being okay for, like, a high school and whatnot, to, goddamn, we are literally just losing every fucking match now. Why do we even try? But, like, softball was, like, the last one we still held on to because, well, you didn't have to be constantly running. I got tackled by the football team playing soccer in ROTC. Goddamn. I'm glad you survived. But the problem is that the last year, my senior year, softball, for shits and giggles, why the fuck not? Basically, buddy of mine decided to join into it, and I'm just like, well, if you're going, I'll follow you wherever the fuck you go. You jump off a cliff, I'll jump off a cliff. Sort of a deal.
Yeah.
And, we were like, okay, like, there was one match. There was one match that still pisses me off. It's not like it keeps me up at night or anything like that, but it was just like, there was one match where it was just like, like, we should not have lost it, basically, but for some reason, one of our teammates was just like, no, I'm gonna just throw this away. Because what ended up happening is that we were in the lead by 1 point. It was right before the last inning. If that's even the right word for it or whatever, basically.
Should be.
Yeah. And it was just this. Sorry, I'm just all of a sudden basically just having aneurysm trying to remember it. But anyway, I should probably just shorten the story basically. So what ended up happening is last inning it was tied and whatnot. And what ended up happening is that this teammate or whatever was up to bat. We had basically bases loaded, which means 3 people out there, basically 1 on each base. And all we needed to do was basically just get just one, and we would have won, right?
Right.
And what ends up happening is that the batter that went up there, basically, they just didn't swing. They're just like, no, don't want to swing. Fuck this.
Damn.
Isn't that kickball? What? I don't know, but anyway, so strike 1, strike 2, strike 3, basically, all of a sudden out. Other team, you know, goes up to bat, basically. It's just, oh god, it's their fucking hitter. Basically hits it out to outfield, and he just runs so fucking fast that he just basically, it might as well be a home run without being a home run, and it's just like, fuck.
So,
But I wanted to kill that teammate. I wanted to kill that teammate so fucking badly. If it wasn't for the fact that I had actually injured myself that fucking match, basically, because the position I played in, I was catcher. I sat behind home plate, and we had one. How I injured myself is that I did something really stupid, basically, but at the same time, something stupid happened because ball went out to outfield, and for some reason, instead of the person out in outfield passing it to the guy closest to him, he just chucks it into the air as high as he possibly could towards me. But the problem is that instead of coming towards me, it's coming towards my right. So I just start sprinting to my right to try to catch it. And basically what ended up happening is that I don't even know why the fuck I dove for it when I shouldn't have. And I had landed right there because, like, the pathway from home plate to first plate and whatnot. And I had, like, literally, I scraped my knee. Like, it went right through my pants on my right knee. And I had scraped my right knee all across the dirt there. And it was just like, I was bleeding out of my right knee.
Been there, done that. Although not diving onto a softball field, but, you know the Shin Destroyers?
The scooters, like Razor scooters?
Yes, the scooters.
Yes.
Yeah, so I was going down a hill on one of those. Not even that big of a hill, but there was a dip in the hill, and I hit that dip, not knowing that it was there, and got launched basically on my leg.
Damn.
That was when I was probably 7 or 8. But just going back to softball. I never played softball, my sister did, and my high school had a team.
Yeah.
And there was one girl on that team who was also an ROTC, and during the last FFA day that my school had while I was there, so senior year, ROTC ran a, like, water balloon thing where ROTC members would volunteer to have water balloons thrown at them.
Oh no.
Among other various weird things that they did there.
Yeah.
And this girl that was on the softball team was the pitcher, the head pitcher of the team. They had a backup or two. And her ex randomly volunteered to have things thrown at him. And she was out on FFA day while he was volunteering for that. Can you see where this is going?
Nah, it ain't where good. Go on.
She fucking pelted him. I'm surprised she didn't brain him with the water balloons.
Well, I mean, it's just a water balloon. How much damage can a water balloon do, right?
If you throw a water balloon hard enough, it won't really burst. It'll just
bounce off of them.
It'll bounce off of them or shatter. That guy, that poor guy was, you could see the bruising.
Ooh.
Despite, like, you could see a bunch of bruises going up his arm and, like, up his leg.
Uh-huh.
Just from where all the balloons hit. And, I don't even want to know what his torso was like.
Had a babysit freshman ROTC recruit who was also in the FFA? Huh. You did babysitting?
What do you mean by babysitting? The FFA guys were usually pretty self-sufficient, at least where I live.
I don't know. This is what Army Boy said, but... Alright, now I gotta know why the fuck they broke up. Like, why was it, like... Why were they...
No fucking clue.
No fucking clue. Okay, no worries.
That's all the information I got out of them, is just that, like, hey, why... I basically said, hey, why have you given me close to $100 to just keep throwing balloons at this one guy in particular? And she's just like... relationship.
Our mothers were friends, gotcha. But yeah, so I scraped my knee. The thing about it is, though, is that while one guy did manage to get to home plate while I was chasing after the ball and whatnot, because some guy was just like, hold on, I just want to pull a Hail Mary here. There was a second guy that got to third plate and was starting to run to home, but once I had gotten the ball, I had sat up and I had just looked at him and I raised the ball like I was gonna throw it at him. And I just said, try me! It was just a softball, but nobody wants to get hit by a softball, so he just stayed at third base.
No one wants to get hit by a softball thrown by someone who's pissed off.
I was in a lot of pain, basically, as well. I remember sitting back down on our little bench and whatnot, and it was just like... I was like, you got a Band-Aid for this? And they were like, yeah, we got Band-Aids, and... Band-Aids my fucking ass. They got like a little tiny Hello Kitty bullshit, and I'm just like... It was just like, alright. Sure, I'll take it. And she's just like, well, by school policy, I can't actually, you know, basically put this Band-Aid on you, so you're gonna have to get it yourself. And I'm just like, what the fuck? Alright, fine. But yeah, I had like this little tiny Band-Aid that didn't cover the scrape whatsoever, basically, and I'm just like... and the worst part about it is, like, okay, you think, you know, bleeding... knee hurt, bruised, it's just purple all over. I don't even know on how the fuck I hit it that hard. I don't know, there must have been a rock there or something. But it was just one of those things that just like, the worst part about it is I still had to go out there and be catcher, because the backup catcher, who was also another friend of mine, was just like, I'm just gonna do a no-show today for school, and it was just like, oh, okay. Fuck. Can somebody else cover the position? No, so-and-so and so-and-so also did a no-show today, basically, so we don't have enough people to cover. And I'm like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. The nice thing is, I really gotta say, the team we were against were very merciful, because when I went up to bat, they just let me took first. they just let me fucking walk to first base because there was no fucking way I was running. By school policy, I'm supposed to let you die. I am the nurse. Yes, yes. Pretty much.
The one above that, I don't know if you saw that. All the sports stories things.
Yeah.
So I'm fucking fat, and I wound up having 5 PE credits by the time I graduated high school because I took 4 years of ROTC and regular PE. Which turns out I didn't actually need to take regular PE. However, for some reason, despite taking ROTC, they made me take it anyways. And when I was in senior year, they're like, so why did you take regular PE and ROTC in the same semester? And I'm like, no one told me this was an option that I didn't have to do.
My mom had to threaten to sue if they had me keep my inhaler at the nurse's office. Yeah, no, fuck that bullshit.
I'm alive again.
Holy shit, okay. Well, we're still streaming right now, so I'll just simply ask, are you willing to tell the story on stream? You don't have to give any details. If you don't want to talk about it, don't need to talk about it. The stream's going to be over here in about maybe like 20 minutes or so.
I'll just mention it later. I need to grab some pizza anyway.
Okay. Teachers would ask me for Tylenol, and I knew I had a Swiss Army knife. What the fuck?
What?
Teachers would ask me for Tylenol and knew I had a Swiss Army knife.
Is this some form of euphemism? The
Tylenol wasn't really Tylenol, was it?
Was it Vicodin, and was their name Gregory House?
Had a first aid kit on my bag, gotcha. But did your first aid kit have a tourniquet in it? Because if your first aid kit doesn't have a tourniquet, then can you really call it a first aid kit?
No. Especially not at a school. So, remember how I said I had to take PE and ROTC in the same semester?
Yeah.
So the way that semester was, I had PE right at the start of the day. Then I had biology, world history, and then ROTC. So I wound up carrying 3 sets of clothes, I think, throughout the day.
Nice.
As well as having the clothes that I start the day with. So every day, or every Tuesday and Thursday, I had to have 4 sets of clothes ready at the start of the day. Because I would have to, you know, go to school in one set, change into PE clothes, change into another set of clothes so I didn't stink up the first set, and then when I went to RCC, change into PT clothes.
Wonderful.
And thank God I didn't have ROTC as my third period, because I could just stay in PT clothes right at the end, because usually we were let out at the same time as everyone else for PT. Or PT lasted up until we were let out, is what I should say.
Yeah. They would PT hell us for wearing jeans on Friday if we didn't have PT clothes. See, I hated PE. And whatnot. I know, because it's just like, well, didn't you do the sports? And I'm like, yeah, I did the sports. That was only because my friend joined. But I hated PE or physical education just so goddamn much, because it's like, okay, being in California, it's fucking hot as fuck. And it just like every single day was like, run a mile, run a mile, run a mile, run a mile, fuck you, run a mile. It's 105 out today, run a mile.
And did you ever have to do that when the air quality was particularly low?
Yes.
Yeah, we had a time like that. Thankfully, the ROTC teachers had a brain, but the PE teachers still made us run laps the entire time. Not in the air-conditioned gym, mind you, but on the actual track.
Yeah.
Because, you know, pieces of shit. Oh, but it's cold outside. Bitch, you can't see me through the smoke. What do you mean? Just because it's cold outside?
See, can't see me through the smoke. You know what I would do? This is just like, you see the mountains? You see them on fire? I see them on fire. You really want to be running out here? Mile.
What I wound up saying is, have fun trying to enforce running. I'm just going to walk because you can't see me.
It's basically what I just fucking
Or
walked.
you can run this all with me in the smoke. They chose to sit on their iPhone for the rest of class, and I walked. And then the next day they threatened to fail me because I walked instead of ran.
Yeah, the worst part is basically, because it came to figure out, because it was just like, oh, so, you know, our PE coach and whatnot, basically, obviously, at least since, you know, to be a teacher in California, you need a master's in whatever you're teaching, right? Come to figure out, basically, what was our PE coach, or teacher, whatever you want to call him, basically, what it was his master's? He was a mathematician. And I'm like, what? The fuck? You mean to tell me we got a dumb fuck that can't even teach consumers math correctly, so he turns into a sweatshop, and yet our PE teacher's a fucking mathematician? Fucking master's mathematics? Hold on, something doesn't fucking seem right here.
So, I don't know why I remember this so vividly, but my 10th grade and would have been 12th grade math teacher if I had needed to take math in 12th grade. I took college math instead.
Gotcha.
Big mistake, honestly. But she had a master's degree in like thermodynamics, I think. Or thermal physics, I forget which one.
You would probably say physics.
But yeah, that was just one of the weird ones. It's like, the degree wasn't explicitly in math, but I can see why math would be a very big part of it.
But yeah.
So what was the health class like?
You had a health
That
class?
We had a health in air quotes class. It was just the school's mandated sex ed class.
Oh, I was about to ask. You mean sex ed?
Yep. What kind of special layer of hell was that for you?
See, they just, there was a way to opt out of that. Basically, because the school was just like, for religious reasons, you're able to opt out of, sex ed or whatever, the annual sex ed class. So despite the fact of, for some reason, I would just simply be like, oh no, against religious reasons, I can't watch this. It is haram.
See, my mom worked at the school right next to the high school. So if I tried to pull that...
Oh my god, okay, hold on. We watched Juno for health class. I feel so fucking sorry for you. I was the only one that got the textbook for the class.
What is Haram? Is Harambe returned?
No, haram. Haram
Do you not know what haram is?
Islamic holiday?
Not a holiday. It's like forbidden.
Oh.
Forbidden by...
Yeah, haram means is Arabic term for meaning forbidden or unlawful in case of Islamic Muslims. What the fuck?
Sharia, I think.
Yeah. But no, I typed in forbidden or haram meaning, and then all of a sudden basically it just goes term meaning forbidden and unlawful, and then the paragraph continues with, in the case of Islamic finance, Muslims cannot invest in, acquire, or otherwise engage in transactions that involve forbidden products and activities such as pork. Oh, okay, then it's worded weirdly. Pork-related products, alcohol, gambling, or pornography, and the opposite of haram is halal. But yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, so DS, how was health class in middle and high school for you?
What's health class?
Sex ed.
They still teach it?
Of course they still teach it, you dumbass.
I hate to tell you.
Did you not have to do that?
No.
But yeah, no, I just wrote down, religious reasons or whatever, and I kept changing my religion every time it came up. Like the next year, like 1 year I was just like, I'm Muslim, can't do it. The next one I was just like, how far can I push this? And I was just like, Slavic paganism. And I think like the third year was like, I wrote down Scientology.
You should have just gone around saying, I love Perun.
Hold on. I need to find it.
You pulled a Mikhail Tukhachevsky in high school. Oh god. One thing that I honestly wish I did.
Yeah.
Because in 8th grade I stopped dating papers. Like I stopped writing the date on everything.
Okay, yeah.
What I was honestly really tempted to do was ask for the health class test back, like the end of whatever that fuckfest was called.
Mm-hmm.
Unironic.
Whenever the comes up, Slide just becomes Benny from the Mummy movies. Pulls out the entire necklace with 50 different religious icons and starts reciting prayers.
But I honestly wish that I had just stolen back the test after they had graded it.
Yeah.
And just brought it to 9th grade and handed that to the teacher on the first day of health class and said, let me go, let me do laps.
Sly Cruise. Okay, I'm sorry, Army Boy. That took me a fucking second to get, because I'm just like, what the fuck do you mean Sly Cruise? And I'm like, Tom Cruise, Scientology. There we go. I'm sorry. I got the joke now.
Also, did you have the day where it was just anonymous Q&A?
No. Describe that one to me.
Where you got handed a piece of paper and you had to write down a question about reproduction, and you had to submit that to the teacher anonymously. And
no. That sounds weird as fuck.
It was incredibly weird. Not just because you had to write it, but because of some of the questions that people asked.
Something along the lines of the Maroon asking, where does the sun go when it's nighttime?
Where does the sun go when it rains?
I'm not going to say what the question that everyone from that class remembered hearing was, because obvious reasons. It's something that I don't think even Kirsha would be weird enough to say.
Okay, type it to me.
I don't like how long this question is. He's typing quite a bit.
I remember, like, around lunch time, especially, like, senior year or whatever, basically, we would just, like, oh god, we would get into, like, horrible conversations and whatnot, and eventually until my buddy of mine, the one I said, basically, you jump off a cliff, I'll jump off a cliff. I remember he asked a question that was just... It was just like, alright, you know what? We need to stop asking questions. We've gone too fucking far. I know we crossed that line a long time ago, basically, but what the fuck, dude? And, well, I can't say it on YouTube for obvious reasons.
There you go, Sly. Read it and be forever scarred.
Alright, let's see here. That's not as bad as I thought it was gonna be.
Oh, then silence. I was waiting to just hear the singular gunshot.
Well, the best part was you could tell exactly who asked it because as soon as the teacher answered it and said, no, don't do that because it's very bad for area, her hand, like, she instantly shot her hand up and then took it down.
Oh no.
And then she just looked down and then put her hand back up. Because she thought it was obvious at that point.
Oh no.
There was a follow-up question to the anonymous question.
Yeah, there had to be.
Oh, she just tried to justify it.
Oh, she tried justifying it? I guess it's the A word? Surprisingly, no.
No, I don't know what that means, but it's basically
Abstinence? No. No.
Oh, now I think about it, we had the 8th graders at my K through 8 school had a health class / seminar thing.
yeah.
That we also had to attend, but the gist of it that I remember was them telling us
Don't have sex or you'll die.
No. In the immoral words of a YouTuber I used to watch Let's Plays of, don't be a fool, wrap your tool.
Oh,
Damn, the Let's Players that I watched said completely different shit.
My high school, we didn't have a senior prank because the year before I was a senior, the prank was keying a car.
Oh no! Okay, I know the senior.
Some random like my high school didn't really do senior pranks.
Yeah.
So someone just went rogue and keyed like a staff member's car, just a random car. I don't think anyone even. I think it was a janitor's car.
Why did it have to be the janitor? He's completely
Because they
innocent.
just picked a random car.
He's
They didn't even
innocent.
know it was I know. It was actually the good janitor as well, like the one that I knew. The one who came by the RTC room every day. I usually got him his lunch.
Goddamn animals.
Yeah, but like that is very definitely the end of senior pranks at that school for history.
I don't know if high school had senior pranks. I wasn't actually in the building long enough.
All right, so senior pranks that I know the senior class before me when I was a junior, they didn't key any cars, but they had saran wrapped some of the teachers' cars. They just got a whole bunch of saran wrapped and then just basically saran wrapped cars.
I know someone over one weekend, like at Sunday night, really late at Sunday night, they just TP'd the front of the school at one point. But I don't think that was a senior prank, that was just vandalism.
And whatnot.
It was funny, though.
The one before that one, I think, basically, that I may have had a hand in. I will not confirm nor deny, basically, is that somebody decided, or the seniors decided to take all the computers out of the computer lab, including the mouses and keyboards, and then stuffing them in one of the closets. So we just had a whole bunch of computer towers, monitors, mouses, keyboards all stacked in a closet. Uh-oh, raid deserters. Oh god. I remember in ROTC we made the staff application say stupid things. I made one that says tacos rule. What was tacos rule?
I think it just means tacos rule. I don't know why there's an apostrophe there. Unless there's a person named Taco.
There
In which
might be,
case,
you never
I wanna
know.
this person.
I was calling Robot Chicken when somebody asked me if I was referring to...
That reminds me of the cat that the USS North Carolina had. Where they found it and they made an actual, basically a rap sheet for it.
Yeah.
All the data.
That just reminds
Religion.
me of something funny.
Capital Catholic.
What are you gonna say, DS?
That just reminds me of something funny that happened in middle school.
What? Go on.
There was a kid named Alejandro.
Okay.
Bus driver, whatever reason, was a substitute. Just looked at the paper and and asked if Alfredo was on the bus.
What the fuck?
Damn, I didn't realize that Fredo lived in Ohio.
He got to the stop, kept asking, Alfredo, are you here, Alfredo? Oh, everyone in the bus just said, it's Alejandro.
The Alejandro that was in my drafting class, one day he just decided to get on someone else's computer while they were in the bathroom and make a giant text basically out of walls on someone's house project for Revit.
Yeah.
Or not Revit, but whatever. And it just said Mia Khalifa in giant capital letters. He just wrote Mia Khalifa on someone's house. Out of walls, out of plumbing walls.
Why?
I don't know. No one realized it because it was actually underground from the render point of view. Until the teacher looked at the underground section. And he's just like, okay. He's like, who's Mia Khalifa?
Oh no!
In the middle of class. Alejandro was the same guy who had the 8-inch long vape that he dropped in the middle of class and just said, oh shit, my flash drive. And the teacher let him walk. God, that was a good class. I think I've already told you about Winston and the stop sign incident.
I believe so, yeah. I remember in video technology class making all computer screens saver the blue screen of death, you devil.
Hey, that's weird. Why can I open Internet Explorer on this blue screen? Oh, so you know how kids finally found out that you can short out electronics with graphite?
Yeah, I saw that basically. Sticking things in the USB port, basically.
So, another kid in my drafting class, this was in Engineering 2, I believe. He just decided that he was going to start opening up random disk drives and putting pencil leads in there.
Wonderful.
Half of the PCs, half of them were shielded apparently, and half of them weren't. So we just had the fun time of turning on random PCs and seeing which ones were landmines.
Oh no!
Mine luckily was not bricked.
Speaking of blue screen of death, Windows just forced one on me. Unresolvable error that somehow only happens when Windows wants updates. Wonderful. I think, yeah, Windows did want an update recently for some godforsaken reason.
Windows threatened me with an update during one of the Helldiver streams recently. I remember that.
Yeah.
Windows has learned to stay away from my site.
God, what else was there in drafting class? There was Skippy, who introduced himself with the slur, which I'm obviously not going to repeat because slur. Let's see. Oh yeah, one time I think this was also Alejandro, He was talking to the guy in front of him about troubles that he was having in his relationship,
Yeah.
and like his girlfriend wanted him to meet her parents, and eventually he turns to me and says, "Hey, have you ever had anything like that happen?" And I just looked at him completely deadpan and said, "No, I've never been in a relationship. Please tell me more about your heartache."
Jesus.
And everyone around me just just stops working and looks out from behind their monitors, and they're just like, "Do we need to not come to school tomorrow?"
Oh God.
Everyone in the first 3 rows. Oh,
So you were in the yearbook. You were voted most likely to be the school shooter.
no, I wasn't in the yearbook
Fuck.
because I just decided not to be in the yearbook.
Probably
I
for the
forgot. I
better.
don't even know if we had yearbooks.
We also didn't get senior quotes for the yearbook because a bunch of people the year prior decided, "Hey, we're going to have our senior quotes be like coded in some way to write out something." I don't know what it was, but the school didn't like it when they found out from another senior that year. So they just banned senior quotes for the rest of time.
Voted number 1 in the surprise didn't bring a gun to school category.
Jesus Christ. I don't even know if we had categories. I think you had to pay something like $300 to have a page with a category in it.
Jesus
That was
Christ.
the category.
Categories like most likely to get a job in the next 5 years type thing, or get their career sorted out first, stuff like that. Most likely to
reintroduce themselves with a slur goes to Skippy.
Pretty sure Skippy mellowed out middle of the year after that, because I didn't hear anything from him after that, but all sorts of weird shit.
Yeah.
Oh. It was like the weirdest
It's mostly.
stories I had
Okay, go on.
are
Yeah.
just horror stories.
No, hold on
Or
one
just
sec.
random shit.
Most likely to get a job. Who was at the bottom?
I don't think it works like that.
It's okay.
But as an answer to oh god, what did I just click? As an answer to the one before that about, you know, the gun, see earlier in the stream. See earlier in the stream where I went on about how I had to count all the guns because ROTC was missing a gun one day, and it didn't turn out they weren't missing a gun.
But yeah, whatchamacallit. Diaz, go on. You said something about a horror story?
It's just horror story or just random crap.
Well, give me a horror story.
Tripping and falling in front of the roller skating class.
Roller skating class?
Yeah, we apparently had that in gym class, was just roller skating. I was one of the ones that didn't know how to roller skate, and the teacher kept encouraging me and the other chubby kid to do it anyways. Tripped and fell in front of all of the girls, and almost got ran over.
What the fuck?
I accidentally tripped one of them, so the other kid that looks like he should be in about 8th or 9th grade, but is still here with us in 6th grade, lifts me up by the collar of my shirt. As in, I was no longer touching the floor.
Damn.
Meanwhile, the girls just yell at him, "Put him the fuck down, he didn't do anything."
I hate to inform everybody, but we have lost Roomba.
No. Not the Roomba.
Roomba was sitting in a jail cell because he decided to give up and just wanted to become, you know, basically just leave the colony. And I'm just like, nobody gets to leave the colony. So I threw him in a jail cell, and I was going to convert him to our ideology while he was in there. But then he decided to go berserk, to which my character just went in there and was just like, haha, no, and then just shot him straight through the liver.
Oh, that's an awful way to go.
Welcome to Yamatai. No one leaves.
And with that, I think I'm going to end the stream. I'll be right back, though. YouTube is just like, you gotta verify it's you, and I'm like, please, fuck off.
No, not again.
One thing I remember from PT one day was, one day people were just kind of winding down, but some of the guys that were on the football team were still playing. I'm pretty sure it was football that we were doing at the time.
Yes. Or do football things, yes.
And everyone's just like, oh hey, get out of the way, get out of the way, there's a guy running. I look behind me, it's already too fucking late. That guy has his shoulder down and it's about to go through my chin.
Oh.
I woke up apparently 3 minutes later.
Concussion time?
No, I didn't actually get checked out because it was the end of the day, but probably should have, to be honest. But yeah, basically, pretty sure that guy was around 280 pounds.
Sorry about that. What are you people talking about?
That time I was knocked unconscious by a football player.
Damn.
You got 5 checked. He was not down with the post-football game vibe.
Well, you might have suffered catastrophic injuries, but it's the end of the day and I'm kind of tired. It's almost my time off, so yeah.
I just decided not to go to the school nurse after that, because, like I said, end of the day, if something happens, it'll be at home.
My brother in Christ, you were unconscious for 3 minutes. That might be a concussion. You should go to the nurse.
I remember.
I felt perfectly fine, so.
Well, yeah, because you're concussed. But I sort of got, like, if you ever got any scrapes or, you know, scratches, or like, you know, just anything like cuts, scrapes, scratches on you, and you went to the nurse, they're just like, all right, I'm going to spray some Neosporin on that. That shit was not Neosporin. That shit fucking burned.
That was alcohol.
No, it foamed up like Neosporin, so if anything, and I know if you mix alcohol and Neosporin, it doesn't foam up, so I have no idea what the fuck it was.
Peroxide?
Well, Neosporin is a brand of hydrogen peroxide, if I remember right.
Oh.
Huh.
Iodine? No.
I don't know, basically. They're just like, this shit is like, this won't burn. It burned. It burned a lot.
What's the, have you ever had betadine?
I don't know what that is.
So, if you ever have a surgical insertion made, as in like or incision, not insertion, you have to disinfect it every day to make sure, well, for obvious reasons, it's a giant hole in your body.
Right.
There are various ways to disinfect someone with betadine.
Yeah.
The only times that I've ever had to do it was basically soaking my entire foot in this stuff that felt like it was dissolving the inside of my foot.
Wonderful.
It burned the entire time, and it felt awful. But then, Then I heard about someone who had like a major back problem. They had to shower in this stuff. As in, they had to have it poured over their back and like rubbed in. And that was just... I can't imagine that level of pain.
Yeah, I honestly, I think that's a good thought to end the stream.
Well, you did say that the shit that the school nurse burned on you.
Yeah, I did.
Man, that wasn't medical. That was fucking torture by the CIA.
Hey, do you think they will give me money for using that as a tip to them?
What?
Use betadine instead of water?
No! Oh god.
So,
Why are you... Why?
what has my pawn been doing in the colony lately?
Your pawn fought off a raid on his own, mostly.
Yeah. There was a raid where you were like the only one left and whatnot, and you literally had to guard this door right here, basically from like a whole bunch of people trying to break in. The wonders of psychic powers of turning invisible. So they just broke down through the door or whatever. Actually, like, visitors were leaving, so they opened up the door. Raiders tried coming in, and next thing you know, as far as they know, a ghost started attacking them.
Got it. I mastered the art of Harry Potter.
Yep. Betadine boarding, please no.
See, Toxicity gets it.
No. I know this is Rimworld and we talk about cannibalism every single time, but no. Anyway, but yeah. I'll end the stream here before we run out of material to talk about.
Yeah, we gotta save some of that for when I buy you Class of 09.
I will magically become unavailable.
At least Class of 09 has voice acting in it. Jesus Christ, why? Why are you like this? You know what's the worst thing is? Yeah, about Class of 09? You know that stupid phone? Did you
have that exact model?
Yeah, I had that exact model of phone.
I think my mom did as well.
What, isn't it just like generic cricket flip phone?
When his next rule seems so I don't miss it, I have no idea. The next one's probably going to be a Helldiver stream, so we'll figure it out from there.
I'm assuming on the 20th.
What happens on the 20th?
Story.
Something, man.
The death of an action?
Potentially. So, it's pretty much either going to be Earth or Mars that we go to on the 20th, because I think that's when the timer runs out for Pillin.
Hold on, let me
Not
just...
Pillin, but...
in a day, so it is, yeah, May 20th it's gonna run out, so, yeah. At least that's the major order. I don't know how long New Haven's about to hold. They might just have 2 days left and then we're gonna sit there for a day on Mars or something, I don't know. When will it take Super Earth already? No idea. No idea. But yeah.
When will they let me call their bluff?
You just all of a sudden, basically, when Super Earth is under attack, you're just not going to be found. You're just going to be taking a vacation back on Mavalon.
No, I'm gonna be inside stores looking for credits.
You motherfucker.
Look, I've got to clean out that superstore somehow.
God damn it. Yeah, alright. Alright, this time for official, I'm ending the stream. If you enjoyed Rimworld, let me know, leave a like, all that jazz. I need to go get something to eat, but yeah. I hope you'll have a good rest of your night. Yeah, bye, Toxic.